So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, perhaps this should have been done before Mr. Molefe was sworn, but there are a number of representatives of various parties here. May they place themselves on record?
Yes, let them do so. Thank you.
May it please you, Mr. Chairperson, I appear on behalf of Mr. Brian Molefe.
Thank you.
And my name is Kenneth Tsatsawane from the Johannesburg Bar.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Deputy Chief Justice Sondo.
Good morning.
I appear on behalf of the Chinese entities, being CRRC E-Loco Supply and other related entities. My name is Tato Serot.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Andrew Strachan from Norton Rose, Fulbright, South Africa. We appear for Bombardier Transportation, South Africa.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning.
My name is Mneti Sindlovu. I represent Transnet.
Transnet.
M&S attorneys.
Thank you. Looks like that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you have before you two Viva Arch files. They are the files which contain the statement and annexes to the statement of Mr. Molefe. It's Exhibit BB1A and BB1B.
Yes, thank you. The two liver earth files will respectively be marked Exhibit BB1A and BB1B. Thank you.
Mr. Molefe, at page 33 of Exhibit BB1A is a signature. Whose signature is that?
It is mine, sir.
And the document at pages 1 to 33, is that your affidavit before the chair?
1 to 33, yes, sir.
Subject to a few corrections which will be drawn to the chair's attention, are you satisfied that the contents of this document are true and correct?
I do, sir.
And we will very shortly draw your attention to a typographical error, Chair, that although it's a small error, is significant.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Molefe, what position do you occupy at present in relation to Transnet?
I am the chairman of the board of directors of Transnet.
And when were you appointed?
I was appointed on the 23rd of May, subsequent to the cabinet approval, and so appointed by Minister Pravin Gordhan.
Was that 2018?
2018, correct?
And you provide the statement and your evidence to the chair in your capacity as such, I understand.
That is correct, sir.
Just very broadly, what topics or what category of topics will your statement cover? You deal with that in paragraph 2 of your statement.
Essentially, the statement would cover the what the board discovered when it came into office subsequent to its appointment, and we do so to the extent that we have been able to discover these things. I also informed the Commission of the remedial steps that the board had taken to since its appointment to correct the wrongs that it found in the company.
In the draft before, or it's not a draft, in the signed statement before the chair in paragraph 3, it reads, "I hasten to state that I have personal knowledge of the happenings prior to my appointment to the board." Is that correct?
It is not correct. What is correct is that I have no personal knowledge, and this is what was in the initial draft, and I think something fell through the cracks as we were doing the final draft.
It appears so.
Yes.
The Rule 33 notices that were issued, Chair, mentioned the version that you see before you, that in fact the witness did have personal knowledge, and that's why, although a small correction, it's an important correction that needs to be made, which will be placed before you in a supplementary affidavit.
Thank you.
What is the status of Mr. Morwe?
At the time of the writing of this statement, Mr. Moro was chairperson, the acting group CEO of Transnet. He had been appointed for a period of 6 months, and that period expired after midnight on the 30th of April. So, and the board had decided that it would not extend his contract. Accordingly, he is no longer the acting group CEO, and that would require that the necessary correction be made on that statement.
Do you have any comment in relation to Mr. Morwe's current status and how that came about?
The board of Transnet, when it heard that it would be required to present before the commission on behalf of Transnet, it took a view that the perspective that informs its presentation would be that it would give full disclosure to the commission of all matters that it was aware or it knew of, that it took a view that there was nothing to defend, because the purpose is to assist the commission to find the truth and to make the necessary recommendations to the president. We also took the view that in making this full disclosure, therefore, we would endeavor to be as honest as possible. May I say that despite the fact that the term of contract of Mr. Moro had come to an end, matters had come to our attention that suggested that there were matters that he would have been aware of, which we were not aware of, which were not fully disclosed. And even if we would have considered, in the unlikely event of us considering extending his appointment, we would still have taken the view that unless he embraced the perspective of the board of full disclosure and of telling the truth, the perspective that there is nothing to defend, we would not have been able to present him to the commission as a representative of Transnet.
So,
Maybe, Mr. Pretorius, before you proceed, it looks like there may be no need to make a correction in regard to him, Mr. Molefe, because I see your affidavit was signed while he was acting group CEO. So in regard to that part, maybe there won't be a need to correct anything. It may be enough that you have said that he is now no longer acting group CEO.
As the chair pleases. However, later on,
Yes.
when we deal with the matters that we thought he would deal with, we
Yes.
would indicate that the new acting group CEO
Yes.
would deal with those matters.
No, that's fine, yeah.
So it's a matter, Chair, for the present, not necessarily of correcting the statement, but of
Yes.
merely updating
Yes, no, that's fine,
and
yeah.
explaining what has happened since the statement was signed.
Yes,
And that
no,
will
that's
happen on several occasions during the course of the evidence.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Molefe, when you were appointed and you took office as the chair of the Transnet board, you clearly did so with an intent and purpose. And in paragraph 4, you give a background to how you would approach your tasks at Transnet and what personal attributes of yourself would qualify you to do so and would direct you in your tasks. Would you tell the chair about that, please?
Briefly, Chairperson, when I was asked to consider the appointment, I could not but accept and believing that this is being done in recognition of the commitment to good governance, the ethical leadership, responsible use of public funds, and the courage to confront the wrongs that happen in state companies and in the country. And I think for approximately 5 decades of my life, Chairperson, I was involved in the struggle for freedom, the struggle against oppression, exploitation of our people, and in favor of the restoration of the dignity of all South Africans and their human rights, to ensure that all of them enjoyed equality before the law. And in doing so, I continue to be inspired by the values and the principles of the Freedom Charter, which served as a cornerstone of my belief. And that Freedom Charter, its significance lies in the fact that it is a democratic document that was written or crafted by South Africans of all nationalities, all races, and one can truly say it contains cardinal democratic principles which provided a vision for a new South Africa as we see today and must still continue to build. And when I looked at some of, I reflected on some of its provisions and in relation to Transnet as an entity that I've been asked to chair, I could not but remember a provision that talks about the wealth of the country being shared amongst all those, all the people of South Africa. And looking at what was happening in the country where small sections of people, small cliques or groups were appropriating public funds, appropriating the wealth for themselves. I had to say that, but the Freedom Charter doesn't say this should be the case. The Freedom Charter says, let the wealth be shared amongst all the people. Clearly not amongst the thieves, amongst crooks, but the people of South Africa. Therefore, it had to be a wealth that benefit and better the lives of the ordinary people. Now, in the context of Transnet, Chairperson, which is a vehicle owned by the developmental state with a developmental agenda, it is expected that it has to be managed in a manner that the resources that it controls are used prudently and for the development of the country, and in particular the disadvantaged communities. The challenge that the country is facing now is that of huge unemployment amongst the young people, the youth of our country. The inequities that exist in respect of women, so we've got to deal with the challenges of gender equity, both in terms of their upward mobility within the company Transnet, but also in terms of their own economic empowerment and participation. Included, of course, would be other marginalized groups like the disabled people and the veterans who spend their lives serving this country in the military, both in statutory and non-statutory. Non-statutory being those military organs that existed before the advent of democracy in 1994. And now they've coalesced into a single national defense force, and they continue to become veterans, and therefore an entity like Transnet advancing the agenda of this developmental state would have had therefore to has to take into account their interests as well.
Yes, you will deal later in your evidence.
So what am I saying therefore, Chairperson? When I was told, come, help us at Transnet, I didn't consider it to be only an honor, but it was a rare opportunity for me to join those who are working selflessly to turn around this very important vehicle that should drive stimulation and growth of the economy of South Africa and serve various other businesses, industries in our country.
Thank you, Mr. Molefe. You will give evidence in due course, I understand, in respect of both the extent to which, against the context that you've drawn, Transnet was able to fulfill its mandate in recent years, and the extent to which steps have been taken to ensure the fulfillment of the mandate that you have described.
One second, Mr. Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
In
Pretorius.
paragraph 5, you describe at a high level the role of Transnet in the South African economy. Would you deal with that, please?
Chairperson, the Transnet is a very complex organization, and it straddles easily the entire economic spectrum of South Africa. It is a very important, it provides a very important logistics and freight system for the country. A system necessary for the movement of goods and services. It is a custodian of the rail network and pipelines. It has also the Transnet engineering, which is a very important component that does maintenance and also does manufacturing of locomotives. At this stage, mainly light locomotives for shunting, mainly in the mines. It does haulage of goods across the country, vital goods, which would include major export products such as iron ore, manganese, coal, and so forth. This is just at a high level. But it also plays a very critical role in the Southern African region because it connects countries like Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia had assisted with the port of Maputo. They moved their goods through South Africa to our port terminals. Transnet also, as I said, controls the port and port terminals in South Africa. It also has a property division. It has got a huge property base that it controls. I think, therefore, I did say that it is critical to the advancement of the goals of the developmental state. To this extent, clearly, it contributes critically to the development of infrastructure, industrial capabilities, and it ensures that there's regional integration and ensures energy security through the transportation of multi-products such as diesel, jet fuel, petrol, from Durban to various parts, right? I think it goes right up to here into Heidelberg and Alberton, and from there it moves to other parts of the country.
Transnet is also the custodian of our ports.
It is the custodian of our ports, yes, sir.
In paragraph 6, you talk of the announcement by the President on 15 February 2018. Would you deal with that, please?
Chairperson, when we came into office as a new board, some of the first things we had to consider was what is the context in which this new board is being appointed. And it was the context that was, amongst others, characterized by this important development that on 15th of February 2018, President Cyril Ramaphosa was sworn in as the President of the Republic of South Africa. And as was articulated in his speech, and indeed, as was perceived by many South Africans, his appointment represented the ushering in of a new dawn for South Africa. It created high expectations amongst our people. But what was this new dawn, as was seen by him and ourselves? We saw a new dawn, the new dawn as the beginning of the recognition and acknowledgement of the wrongs of the past. We had spent many years denying that things were going wrong. His coming into office began to provide a new paradigm that says, indeed, things are not what they should be. Things have gone wrong. There has been a systematic weakening and or destruction of vital organs of the state, state-owned entities, the erosion of talent and skills in all these institutions. They had set in untold levels of corruption, which had began to define the South African society. Corruption had become endemic. So the new dawn, therefore, posed a challenge of cleaning up, of reversing this phenomenon of corruption. It also called for the beginning of a process of reconstruction of this institution, perhaps something similar to what we had begun doing when President Nelson Mandela took over in 1994. There we were reforming or radically changing the institutions whose ethos were based in apartheid and began to bring in ethos that reflected a broader society, a South Africa that belongs to all of us. So this is therefore the context that we saw, and therefore for us it meant the beginning of this very arduous, thoroughgoing task of rebuilding.
Mr. Molefe, the statements of intent in the paragraphs that you've just summarized for the chair are matters that provide a context for the work of the Commission. Obviously, the task of the Commission remains to assess the causes and effects of all the allegations of state capture, fraud, and corruption, and we're dealing now particularly with Transnet, and we have been dealing and we will deal with other state-owned entities. But a question that has been asked of prior witnesses and will no doubt be asked of witnesses who are still to come is, what necessitated a new dawn? In other words, how did it come about that reconstruction or reform was necessary at all? How did it happen that the circumstances in Transnet, for example, were such as to require the actions taken by you?
Chairperson, I have spoken about the erosion of skills, and I have spoken about the weakening of the institution. In the context of Transnet, on or about 2011, the new CEO was appointed to Transnet. A man who was well educated and in many ways was respected, was trained by the government under some of the ministers who are highly respected, like Trevor Manuel and President Mbeki. Brian Molefe was appointed. He became the CEO. But before he became the CEO, the strange thing was that a publication owned by companies owned by a family called the Guptas had already published that he was going to be the CEO of the company.
My apologies for interrupting, Mr. Molefe. Would you pull the microphone closer to you so that you can be heard?
The New Age, which is a publication owned by the Guptas, had already pronounced that Mr. Molefe was going to be the CEO of Transnet. And in our view, therefore, once they came in there, we began to see a process of a collection of individuals with a common purpose that advanced the interests of those who were pursuing quick accumulation of wealth for themselves through certain companies and their linkages to important big businesses, some of which later were awarded contracts by Transnet. And later on, we will show how monies would flow to these companies. And that began to weaken governance within the company, because in order for money to flow to friends who want quick accumulation, systems must be weakened within the company. Governance must be flouted. The rules of procurement, such as the procurement procedure manual of Transnet, public finance management, section 217 of the Constitution had to be ignored. But also, it was necessary, as I said, to weaken the skills base of the company. But on top there, you would have people who have, we say, a veneer of skills and professionalism. But what is lacking from them is the ethical leadership and the moral values necessary to underpin the qualifications that they have and to ensure that the manner in which they work advances the interests of Transnet as a company.
Mr. Molefe, unless the chair wants to ask any questions concerning that, we can move on to a new topic.
No, we may. I hope that either in the annexures or if not in the annexures, arrangements or attempts will be made to find the New Age article that announced Mr. Molefe's appointment.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Other than that, then you may continue.
Perhaps just one question arising from your evidence now, Mr. Molefe. How was it that this operation or these circumstances as you've described were not detected and acted upon? Can you assist the Commission in that regard?
It is very difficult for me to say in detail, but to say that it was a sophisticated operation. It starts off with people who are known to have served the country, the government, who have the qualification, who have been proclaimed as great managers and corporate leaders. But these people, once they are there, therefore, they take control of the mechanisms that provide a countervail against rampant corruption or irregularities in the business. Now, if you looked at the delegations of authority within Transnet, when we came in there, we found that the way in which it was applied was such that an individual could sign off a contract for huge amounts of money, from 500 million to $1 billion, without any reference to the board, save to go to the board only when they decide that it has happened. And that opened up the space for lots of contracts signed in this manner, and contracts that favored certain selected individuals. But the second way in which it was done, it was through a system of confinement. Now, a system of confinement, and I know that the Commission will hear evidence from experts in that regard, is a system that has to be done applied very restrictively. And Treasury regulations and the Transnet procurement procedure manual would require that you use it only if there is extreme urgency, and the urgency must mean that if you don't act, there would be dire consequences for the business or for the lives of the people. Secondly, it is used where you have had probably an equipment from a particular supplier and you have part of that equipment in operation, and you need therefore to standardize by way of bringing further equipment manufactured and designed along the lines of what you have. And I think the other one relates to very scarce and restricted skills necessary for the business to do its work. In short, Chairperson, confinement would be used in that regard. But because the door was open for confinement, those in authority applied it even in circumstances that did not require that it be applied. And in many instances, and I have become aware of that even after I came onto the board, management would simply delay. When they know that a contract is going to expire, they do nothing about it. They don't issue the RFP on time. And at a very late hour, they come and say, we need to confine this. If we don't confine it, there'll be collapse of business. We won't be able to do our work. So it is continuing even now. And I'll respond later on how we are seeking to change that environment and to do things differently.
So the last part that you have said effectively means that management would create a situation of urgency or emergency themselves by not doing what they were supposed to do in time. And then when the contract is about to expire, they say now it's urgent, and if we don't confine it, this will happen, and that they use that to say this is a ground to justify confinement.
That is correct.
Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 7, Mr. Molefe, you deal with the appointment of the new board, which coincided with your own appointment. Would you please tell the Chair of the contents of paragraph 7 of your statement?
Can I make a comment outside that?
Of course.
I must be a very difficult witness for you because I ran away. But I'm sure you will talk to me during break.
I think he just wants you to tell me the gist of paragraph 7.
Chairperson.
May I just add, if you leave here today dissatisfied that you've not been able to tell your whole story, it would be a sad day indeed. So you must feel free to tell the Chair what you believe is important.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chairperson, the Minister Pravin Gordhan was appointed by President Cyril Ramaphosa, and on 23rd of May 2018, he appointed the chair of the board and other 11 members of the board. Their names are set out there. If I'm required to mention the names, I can do so.
It's really up to you.
It was Mpole Tlape, Louis van Ziona, Eshla Fikelipi, Dimakatso Masuha, Ramasela Ganda, Edward Kisweta, who's currently the Commissioner for Revenue Services, and Alwani Ramabulana, Foreisani Mufamadi, Dr. Mufamadi, Vivian McMenamin. Now, Vivian has since resigned, so has Professor Kisweta as of yesterday, because he has had to go and start his new job on the 1st. The others are Advocate Mutaung and Gratitude Rampaka. At the time of the appointment of this new board, the acting group CFO, Mr. Mohammed Mahomedi, who by virtue of being the acting group CEO would be a member of the board, an ex officio member of the board, but he therefore had to be appointed by the minister. He had been appointed earlier on the 15th of May before we got appointed, and he replaced Mr. Gary Peter as the acting Chief Financial Officer of Transnet.
Are there any?
And then, of course, on the 1st of November, with the consent of the minister, the board had then appointed Mr. Tau Mure. The consideration in appointing Mr. Mure was that as a new board coming into this very complex and big organization, and knowing that it has got all these problems that had been reported in the media, we felt that to bring in a new person from outside who didn't understand the organization, when we still don't know who is who in this company, it would have probably been a big mistake, because if the existing management did not cooperate with the new person, it would have been very difficult for the period of the appointment of the individual, for that individual to lead the organization. So Mr. Mure, from the point of view of seniority and 17 years of knowledge of Transnet, became for us an appropriate candidate to do this job.
Mr. Molefe, you go on to speak in paragraph 8 of the role that the board as a collective must play within Transnet, and perhaps you can also, when dealing with that topic, also deal with the necessary qualifications, if any, that board members must possess in order to occupy their position and carry out their responsibilities.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The President, in his State of the Nation address, announced that we were going to change the way in which the boards were being appointed. And he said that it must be people who have business background, understanding commerce, good corporate governance, the necessary skills, technical skills, that would inform the board, financial management skills, and so on. Those are some of the considerations that the President referred to, and therefore the board that was appointed is a multidisciplinary board of people who are hardworking, but also ethical, and have the courage to confront the issues facing Transnet as an entity. They are also selfless. They spend long hours working, and they don't get paid for those many hours that they work. And amongst them are young people who should really be spending that time to earn a living, but they've devoted that time to serve Transnet because they recognize that Transnet is a very important company for the country and for the economy. So I'm making that statement. So we therefore, Chairperson as the board that has these skills, understood our responsibility as directing and overseeing the affairs of Transnet. In a normal business, you talk about creating shareholder value, but in the new situation that has unfolded over time, where the question of sustainability become critical as well, the board must also work in a manner that creates a balance, finds a balance between the interests of the shareholder and the interests of the stakeholders. The stakeholders being the customers of the business, being communities in places where Transnet operates, the organized labor, all of those things, and also dealing with issues of the environment. So it is the responsibility of the board to do that. But this responsibility of the Transnet board also include it serving as the deemed board of Transnet National Ports Authority, which is a component of Transnet, but that is prescribed in the National Ports Authorities Act. And of course, it has to do also with managing the subsidiary of Transnet called Transnet International Holdings, which was created in 2017 with the express mandate of exploring trade and development, economic development opportunities in the continent, to see how the skills we have in managing ports, in building rail infrastructure, and operating freight rail businesses could be deployed to assist our neighbors in the continent. So Transnet International is doing that kind of work. They are already doing work in Ghana. They are busy in Kenya. We have been working in Zimbabwe to assist them to turn around their own economy, starting with the movements of the mining goods and all, because they can generate revenue, export revenue out of that. And of course we are working with Botswana also, whose economy is growing, and we are connecting their rail from Botswana to the parallel right to Richards Bay in KwaZulu-Natal. So broadly, Chairperson, therefore, the role of the board is one of providing strategic direction, but also oversight to on operation, to ensure that there is accountability of management, to ensure that those things that are articulated in the memorandum of incorporation and the shareholder compact are aligned with the actions of management and the work of the board, and the board can account in respect of the requirements of those critical documents, but also that it would ensure that the corporate plan of the business that issues out of the strategy that is developed between the board and management gives rise to key performance indicators within specific key performance areas for each one of the managers of the company, to ensure that each one does their work and that the overall mandate of the company collectively can be achieved. I do hasten to say also that it is the responsibility of the board also to, apart from accounting to the minister, to account to Parliament, but also to ensure that there is compliance with the legislative framework of the country, be it the Companies Act, the relevant provisions of the Constitution, the King 4 report, and so on. All of those provide a gamut of instruments that the board needs to acquaint itself with as it pursues its mandate of making Transnet work. In sum, therefore, Chairperson, the board remains accountable for leading the organization ethically and effectively. It reports to the shareholder representative, being the minister. We're not always going to be perfect in pursuing these things, but what matters is that there is a determination and an effort that is being made to do so.
Mr. Molefe, you don't deal with it directly, but I know it is a matter of concern to the Chair of the Commission, and that is the oversight that is exercised by Parliament over state-owned entities, and in this case, Transnet. How's that oversight exercised, and do you have any comment on the efficacy of that oversight?
Transnet chairperson resorts under a portfolio committee on public enterprises. From time to time, the Transnet board is required to report to that committee. It has to submit the annual report once the audit has been completed and the report has been submitted to the minister. But it also reports on the program implementation of its program of work and strategy. In recent times, we have had to report on what we are doing about corruption. The first time I went to Parliament, Chairperson, Mr. Gama was still the Group CEO of Transnet. The Portfolio Committee refused to listen to us. They said that they were not going to listen to us if Mr. Gama was there, because they said they told him never to come to Parliament anymore. And they took a view that they would only talk to Transnet board once Transnet has solved the issues of those individuals implicated in rampant corruption within the company. So indeed we couldn't come, but we undertook that once we have dealt with the issues, we'd go back. Indeed, we went back. Now, part of the difficulty, and that is what we discovered when we went to Parliament, was that in the period preceding our appointment, there was lack of transparency from the board of Transnet. Quite often, and I remember, I think it was the date of the 6th of December 2017, when Parliament wanted to meet the board, because the board knew the difficult questions that they were going to be asked, they did not go to Parliament. They stayed away. So they were not opening up. And the refusal to open up was influenced by the fact that there was this denial in Transnet of accepting that there was a capture, the capture of the business, that the business was no longer focused on its mandate adequately. And they sought to explain things differently. I mean, when we wrote the first integrated report, we came in, the audit had already been done. And management wanted me to put, as the chairman of the board, things that say allegation of corruption were leveled against us. I said, no, we're going to write it as corruption that we have become aware of. And that's how we're going to write it, because we don't want to say things that we want to retreat on. We want to say things that we believe we can continue to maintain going forward. So we went to Parliament, we opened up to Parliament, we told them some of the things that we are saying here to this commission. And Parliament embraced our report. And they made some complimentary statements. We said, we wish this board was there 3 years ago when we met in Transnet. We believe that we would have been far by now in our work. We had a similar experience, Chairperson, with another portfolio committee for trade and industry, which portfolio committee wanted to understand how Transnet complied with the provision of policy on local content and supplier development. We did say that yesterday when the introduction was made, one of the presenters made a distinction to say there are certain components that have to be sourced inside the country, and in respect of the locomotives which Transnet had procured, if you were procuring diesel, electric locomotives, the local content required there would have been 60%. And in respect of diesel locomotives, it would have been 55%. And the DTI has set out, designated certain products which must be used, including manufacturing them here locally as part of that procurement process. And Transnet had not reported fully on those matters. We had to do it. And I remember when we got to Cape Town, we had asked management to prepare our presentation. We had to cancel it in Cape Town to say, okay, keep your document. I am going to make 5 points which I am going to use to address Parliament. And it is 5 points which acknowledge our weaknesses, which reflect transparency, which say what we are busy doing to fix the wrongs of the past. We still have to go back to Parliament in January to now report to them on where we are today in enforcing local content and effecting supplier development.
No, I'm grateful that Mr. Pretorius asked you this question, and he's right that it is something that I'm really interested in, also in terms of how Parliament played its oversight role in regard to government departments and SOEs and so on in regard to periods where there are allegations of all kinds of wrongdoing that one hears happened over a certain period of time. Because it will be important to see to what extent Parliament may have always adopted the kind of attitude that you found when you started as the board with the portfolio committee concerned. Is that the attitude that different portfolio committees had always adopted, or was it different? And if it was different over the years, why was it different? Or are we dealing with a situation where, excuse me, they were trying their best, but there was just certain difficulties, and if there were certain difficulties, were there no mechanisms to assist them to do their job properly? Because I believe that at some stage the Commission must look at if A, B, C, D happened that was wrong, who had the opportunity and the obligation to stop these things from happening? What did they do? What did they not do? And why did they not do what they were supposed to do? Is it connected in any way with state capture? Or is it incompetence? Or is it other things? So it will be important for us to look at all of those things. And maybe somebody like you, because I believe Transnet is not the first state-owned entity in which you get involved. It may be that maybe not this time, maybe some other time you might come and share more experience, because it's important that I get a full picture of different portfolio committees in Parliament and how Parliament has played its role. So I thought I would mention that. Yeah.
Chairperson, the question you raise it's tempting me to go outside the realm of what I'm here for. But I'm going to say just one or two or three things briefly about
Yes.
that.
Yes.
I served as the chairman of the Armaments Corporation of South Africa, ARMSCO, for 2 terms. And I served also, that was from 2004 to 2010. And I served also as the, I normally say chairman of Petroleum and Gas Corporation of South Africa, that is PRASA, for the period 2004 and 2010. And I'm saying chairman because I define myself in line with the Companies Act. Once we change it, I'll call myself
Yes.
what is
Yes.
in the Act.
Yes.
Petrosa. that you're referring to.
Petrosa, yeah.
Yes.
Petrosa is Petro-SA, yes, Petrosa. I also served as the chairman of Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, PRASA, which made big headlines in the period following the report of the public protector called Derailed. During that period, Chairperson, I had occasion to interact with portfolio committees, various portfolio committees. They were very robust, and I did not discern anything that suggested that they were not
Doing their job
regarding
properly.
their oversight role as important. Towards when I was at PRASA, and we began as a board to confront the issues raised in the public protector report. We went into that extensive investigations. We found that in Parliament, there appeared to be people in the portfolio committee who were being lobbied by those who were defrauding PRASA, because all that they were interested in was trying to stop us from continuing our investigation and insisting that we should move the investigations from where we were conducting them and to give them to law enforcement agencies which had manifested weakness and reluctance to deal with issues. And Chairperson would recall that I have had to compel law enforcement agencies, in particular the Hawks, to go to court and explain to the judge and the people of South Africa why they were reluctant to discharge their constitutional mandate. So from that time we began to see that elements of state capture were incipient in that particular committee. And of course we saw it beginning now to spread. But I must say that since I joined Transnet, I have designed a definite mind shift and seriousness in dealing with the issues. Scopa, for example, came to visit us. They seemed to have been pretty aware of the state of fear of lower down employees, of the management on top. And I recall in one meeting they said they're going to talk to the employees of Transnet. They don't want any manager to be there. And they did exactly that. And employees disclosed to them how they were being thoroughly intimidated that they were not allowed to raise their voice when they see something wrong. So Parliament is doing its work, particularly SCOPA is very robust. And I think that going forward, if this mood that prevails in the country is allowed to grow and spread, we would see a different South Africa and a parliament that plays the kind of role that was envisaged when we conceived it in 1994. And I say when we conceived it because at that time I was also a politician. So I'd like to stop there, Chairperson, because some of these things that I mentioned, I might well have to come back here, as you correctly pointed out.
Yes, no, I think you probably have a lot of experience. You have mentioned various SOEs in which you have been involved, so you probably could be quite helpful, because to the extent that it may be true that for a certain period different portfolio committees seemed to be performing their oversight role the way they should, but from a certain period there seemed to be a difference. It might be important to get people who really have experience in regard to those periods. So I think that must be looked at, and from your own point of view, you can reflect, and if really you believe you can help the Commission understand what was happening, then you could really come back and share your observations.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll certainly go and reflect on that.
Yes.
And just to say that I am willing to assist, because the problems of this country are the problems for all of us.
Yes.
The solution would be one that will benefit all of us.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Mr. Molefe, in paragraph 9, you deal at a general level with issues directly relating to the concept of state capture and its manifestation, as you testify to in Transnet. Many of the points made in paragraph 9 you've already dealt with. Perhaps you can just look at paragraph 9 and say to the chair, or tell the chair what points you wish to emphasize from that section of your evidence. And I do have one or two questions arising out of paragraph 9, if I may.
That is where I think I'm a difficult witness, because you ask me something and I go and traverse other paragraphs. but Chairperson, I think the few points that need to be made is that we think that there was a clear pattern of how the capture was implemented. The starting point is to make sure that you capture the decision maker, the person in the top position. Identify all other strategic positions, which positions would play a critical role in the allocation of budgetary resources of the company. So you would capture the Group CEO, the Group CFO, the Treasurer of the company, Chief Procurement Officer, and key people in operating divisions. And this is the pattern that we have seen. And because these people, as I said earlier on, are people who manifest this professionalism, and they can show they have qualification, there has not been a way of looking deeper into their ethical values, their ethics and moral values, to see if they are the kind of ethical leaders that the company should have. And it is something that we are going to be dealing with when we interview people for all the strategic positions that we would be appointed to later in Transnet in the next 4 months. So that is one point I want to make. But also I need to say that there are always little cliques of people who are who agree, who share common understanding of how they want to implement procurement processes to benefit their friends outside. And half the time, this collective that works together is a collective that is also known to the people outside and who are defrauding the company. So they collude amongst themselves, they weaken the governance system, and they identify high-value tenders because that's where big monies are. And quite often once those tenders have been issued, they would constantly review and extend the scope of the business and of the contract. And when they extend the scope of the contract, they would also then increase capital allocation for that contract. So that's really a few points that I'd like to say, but to indicate that these things that I'm talking about are things that we have experienced in Transnet. I think later on when we deal further with the evidence, there'll be examples that show what people have done to have money flowing for work that was not done, and out of that money would flow to other entities that are not connected with any service to Transnet.
Mr. Molefe, perhaps this is a convenient time for a break. Chair, with your leave, could we take the short adjournment?
Yes, we'll take a short adjournment, tea adjournment, and we'll resume at 11:30. We adjourn.
All rise.
leadership team. Chairperson, in your normal knowledge and probably even common sense knowledge, your executive team would comprise the leaders of key operating divisions or units in the business. Because when they meet there, they talk about how they implement their strategy, what needs to be refined in that strategy. That GLT was just a group of friends. They were not linked to operating divisions of the business. But once they were sitting there amongst themselves, they determined how to influence the awarding of tenders. And they do that outside the governance structures of the company. They also put themselves in a position where they attempt to determine what the procurement needs of the business are. So the effect of that was that they are really more like a screening house than a structure that facilitates effective management and operations of the business. And it also meant that the heads of operating divisions of the company did not have easy access to the top structure and even to the group CEO. They have to report to the chief of operations. What happens about what they report, one never knows. Probably they will just get a report that says, no, we don't agree with the proposal that you are making. We're not doing it. So that's how the structure was operating. But what made it even worse, Chairperson, was that it was also a structure that determined what information come to the board of directors. The board of directors was persistently and consistently, let me say consistently, frustrated. Documents which were brought to the board were unprofessional, not properly prepared, and they would come at the last minute to the board, and the board would be required to make decisions about matters that they have not adequately been able to apply their minds to. So that's one of the things. So they then remove people from positions who are good. They put their own people. But they have the structure which behaves in a manner that overrides the governance structures that the governance system of the company had created. Let me give you an example. Transnet has got the internal audit unit. The chief of internal audit ideally should be reporting directly to the audit committee. And if information is given to management, is for information to get them to correct the wrongs that have been picked up by internal audit. But our experience in the organization was that the internal audit unit had to dilute, had to be selective as well on which report would come to the board and to the audit committee. I had said, Chairperson, that I'm a very difficult witness for my evidence leader, but my experience in the investigations we have been doing with MNS was that we could not even get all the internal audit reports from our own internal audit unit because we needed to know what reports are there, what findings, what recommendation, have they been implemented, to what extent, what what sanctions were issued, were the sanctions commensurate with the gravity of the offense. Many of the reports and the information that MNS got came from other sources. If you
And
talk
not
of,
from within.
if not from within. So it's this culture of secrecy, this culture of withholding information. Yesterday, in the presentation of evidence, we're told that worksmen could not access certain information they wanted. Yes, it is true. I spoke to worksmen, the man who was leading the investigation team, and I asked him, what does it mean for the report then that you have prepared? It said, no, our findings are fundamental, nothing will change. But it will not be changed by the fact that there might be some information we didn't get. So that's what he said. But that's the difficulty you have. MNS, if you take the example of UBEC Kubeka, that we spoke about Israel yesterday.
Yeah.
MNS had to go to Zulu Natal to go and get it there. They've had to talk to a number of audit firms to say, man, please give us. We understand that you did this investigation for Transnet. Where is the report? So that's the difficulty we had in trying to get to the root of corruption, knowing the truth so that we can fix the organization. So clearly, you have people there resisting. And that is what we mean when we say there is a fight back, because they don't only do that. Then they will disseminate information calculated to tarnish the image of those who are cooperating. So that's how I think they then weaken the system and achieve their objectives.
Well, before you proceed, let me just ask this. I would have thought that if somebody is employed by Transnet as, for argument's sake, head of the audit unit, and therefore as the person who should be in possession or should have custody of certain reports relating to Transnet that have something to do with auditing and so on, that if there are reports that are supposed to be with him, and he is approached or she is approached, and if they are there, that person is obliged to make them available to whoever Transnet has said may be given those reports. And if they are not there, maybe you might understand with one, but also you might check, well, somebody else must have it. It can't be that if you don't have it, nobody has it. But if you begin to have a number of reports which are supposed to be there within the possession of that person or official, and he or she is refusing or keeps on coming up with excuses, certain consequences should follow, and I would imagine that those are being taken. But I don't know whether the basis in which attempts are made that you don't get the reports are such that it's difficult to take disciplinary action.
Chairperson, in an ideal situation, and things being equal, you would expect that a person entrusted with certain responsibilities and who is accountable to and loyal to the company would understand that they have the obligation to give information to the company when it is required. But the situation is not normal. We have begun acting on a number of these individuals, and I'm sure we'll continue to do so until we get right to the last person in the chain. So that we are dealing with.
No, thank you. because it's obvious that such a person is not in possession of a report such as that in his or her personal capacity. It's not his or hers, it's Transnet's. And the only reason why he or she has control is because she or he is in that position where Transnet has put them. You know. But I think you have given an indication that something is being done. Thank you.
Mr. Molefe, in paragraph 9.4, you also mention the practice of recruiting what you refer to as reputable consultancies. Would you explain that, please, to the Chair?
Chair, the reputable companies, in order to, our consultancies are appointed or recruited as part of the agenda of the these individuals. Let's take an example. McKinsey is a globally recognized company. You would not fault it. Their knowledge is just until recently, it has been impeccable. But if you look at the investigations into Transnet, and even in, well, what we have seen in the reports about ESCOM, they got embroiled in instances where they got monies for work that they did not do. The former acting group CEO of Transnet considered that an employee of McKinsey wrote his research for his dissertation that he was doing for his master's degree. And McKinsey is a service provider of Transnet. I don't understand why it was necessary. He made that admission, and McKinsey told me that they have investigated it, he made the admission, and they disciplined the person. So reputable companies are brought in, but then they get harnessed to an agenda, a strategy, a program that advances an agenda that doesn't serve Transnet, or that facilitates the siphoning of funds from Transnet.
So from what you have said, at least in terms of your understanding, it seems that people who were pursuing the agenda of state capture, the agenda of capturing SOEs, but at least certainly with Transnet in your experience, sometimes they would try and make use of individuals who enjoy, because of the past, who enjoy good reputation as managers, who are well educated, who have done well up to a certain point, and then, but once they have got them, they use them, or they get them to do wrong things. And then, but you say sometimes they would use people who might not have the requisite qualifications and experience. Like you said, you made the example of an engineer of 21 years experience in Transnet being replaced by a teacher in relation to a unit that deals with engineering, as I understood the position. And you are now saying sometimes consultancies would also be brought in who have a good reputation, internationally, but then they are used to do wrong things.
It is correct, sir. I think in the evidence that probably would be given by, the acting group chief financial officer, some of these things would be elaborated further. And I know I've got a bit of it in my statement,
Yes.
when you deal with the question of capital raising, dealing, which historically were done by the treasury of Transnet, whose expertise was world acclaimed. But then someone in a strong top position, who's chief financial officer, collude with a consultancy to marginalize treasury of the company, to make them redundant, and they take over. They do what treasury would have done and get billions out of that, millions and millions out of that as a fee. And they would say capital raising fee. I mean, if you think of how capital raising was done in respect of the locomotives, in particular for, I think it was China South Rail, we had a similar experience, and then people walk away with millions of money. So they have now weakened Treasury, because I am sure that, I'm almost certain that one of the individuals who was there in the Treasury would be called by the Commission, who, when she saw this, and I've had occasion to talk to her, said she told them that what was happening in the company was so grossly wrong. And she said to them, I came here with my integrity. I tell you now, I'm going to leave this company with my integrity. I'm not going to allow the happenings in this business to compromise my integrity and my professionalism. So, but these are the things that are happening. Many of them were happy to sell sell their reputation, their integrity on the altar of making quick money, and not thinking about the future of the country, even their own future, because it's something quick you get and we catch you, you lose everything that you had, which you would have kept if you had been an honest citizen of the country.
Thank you.
Mr. Molefe, in the remainder of paragraph 9, you refer to and you quote the report of the Public Protector, which gave rise to the appointment of this commission. You also deal with a certain report of the Public Affairs Research Institute, and you deal with what have become known as the Gupta leaks. Is there anything you wish to add to those observations by way of background to what is to follow?
It is the first difficult question I have to answer. Crisply, the report of the Public Protector, which is titled Investigation into Alleged Improper and Unethical Conduct by President and State Functionaries relating to the alleged, it's called the capture of, state of capture. I think that's the name of the report. Details clearly some of the things that I have said, how those seeking to capture the state set out to do so, and mainly at the heart of which was the Gupta family. And in Transnet, Chairperson, you will see that in many of instances where monies were lost, they were channeled to companies linked with this particular family. But the Commission would also have received evidence from people who had been heads of government departments, who have shown how, when they did not acquiesce in the manipulation of tenders or defrauding of the state, they found themselves out. People like James Maseko and others. And the same applies to the government itself. So, how some of people, and the evidence was led here, how some of the people who had been suspended, disciplined, and were out of the business were later brought in when a minister allegedly captured by this family was appointed to the position, and suddenly that person came back into the position. So we saw that, and of course, the other report, Chairperson, which we refer to here, is one in May 2017 by the Public Affairs Research Institute, PARI, which published what was considered to be a groundbreaking study on state capture called the Betrayal of the Promise. And it shows how South Africa was stolen. Maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but it is quite clear when now the facts come out that indeed the country was on the edge of the cliff. So was Transnet itself as a company, with its very critical role that it plays to the economy. And then, of course, you have all those thousands of emails, correspondence between the Gupta families and various officials in state entities and government departments, which were leaked and which have been established to be a fact now by many investigations that subsequently ensued. And I'm advised by my lawyers that most of these things that I'm talking about, these reports and the correspondence and so on, are in the possession of the Commission. Chair, I would like to leave it there, but I'm happy to maybe try better if there's a need for me to elaborate more.
No, that's fine. What you can do afterwards, if there are issues that you feel you might wish to share with the Commission, you can be in touch with the legal team, and arrangements can be made, because you might have a certain perspective on some of the issues that are covered by one or other report. So we would like to make sure that if you've got something that you believe is important, it's not left out unless it's really been captured already, been taken care of.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah,
I hope my attorneys are taking notes.
Yes, they should take notes, otherwise you might be reluctant to pay them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Molefe, in paragraph 10, you describe in general terms what the new board found upon its appointment at Transnet. And for example, in paragraph 10.3, you use fairly strong language in relation to your discoveries on your appointment. You talk of, for example, total paralysis and You talk of a horror show. Now, if you could assist the Commission, please, to understand the facts and circumstances that you discovered on your arrival at Transnet in your position as board chair, those facts and circumstances which led you to draw the conclusions you've drawn in your statement.
Thank you, Chairperson. Many of these things are contained. There's a combination of things. These are those that we are contained in the reports of the investigations, MNS and Waxman's. And then others, of course, are those that we became aware of through whistleblowers. If I'm allowed, Chairperson, I'm not going to go through what I've written in my statement.
Yeah, you may do that.
The evidence leader is happy with that. I just want to say that we refer to paralysis, total paralysis. The examples to support that would be, let me take this one. In sometimes, I think 2000 and...
I'm sorry, Mr. Molefe. 1 second. Maybe they can switch on the aircon, but not too much. Oh, I feel it's a little hot now. Maybe it's hot for people. Let me check. Can I find out whether anybody feels that it's hot inside here? I had earlier on said they should put down the aircon. Well, it doesn't look like anybody is particularly feeling any heat.
No one is saying so.
Okay, the relevant people will monitor, and when necessary, they will switch it on, but not too much.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Molefe.
By way of emphasis, Chairperson, let me repeat part of this statement. We say that it is not an exaggeration to state that the board was astonished by the widespread corruption and willful disregard of the rules. So these rules pertain to policy on procurement, processes that must be followed by various procurement, supply chain management structures, each one of which had a defined role. They were disregarded. And some of these examples you see in the manner in which the new hotel confinement and procurement was done. So we go further to say that that kind of a situation, the prevalence of this rampant disregard for systems and rules and mechanisms put in place suggests that there is a state of paralysis that has set in. And we argue that the way in which monies would be siphoned off and nothing being done to stop it, for those of us who were accustomed to working in the interest of the businesses and the country, it represented what I called a horror show. It looked more like a movie or a theater where those who are in key positions and made decisions were the protagonists, the main actors. So that is what it does. Let me give one example. As we were busy doing our job, we were made aware that we needed to do a road show, visit the National Port Authority and Transnet Port Terminal. So we went to Durban. Having received the report of the whistleblowers, and having seen some correspondence from complainants who had entered into lease arrangement with Transnet, I've asked that management should take the board of directors to the old Durban port. Now, the old Durban port, when it was discontinued on the back of the opening of the new Durban International Port, it was purchased from AXA by Transnet for 1.9 billion rand, ostensibly to create a dig-out port in Durban as an extension of the facility to assist the port to deal with the congestion that was building up in Durban.
Are you talking of the land that comprised the old airport at Durban?
Yes, the land that comprised the old airport was bought by Transnet.
Had it belonged to somebody else before? It must have.
It belonged to AXA, the airports companies of South Africa, because
okay.
they are the ones who were paid the money
Okay.
for that land. And the airports companies of South Africa is a company that is renowned for efficient management of various airports here in South Africa and outside South Africa. I think they go as far as India in doing that job. Indeed, later after the dig-out port, the land was bought on which construction was to commence in 2020. There was a downturn in the economy, and Transnet itself had begun to experience over a period of time a decline in volumes for exports. So there was a postponement of construction of that land. But what was strange is that when we got to that airport, we found that there were a number of businesses that had moved in to occupy what was Transnet land. There were logistics companies, and there was one company that had a huge 100 by 100 square meter warehouse where they were cutting tires and manufacturing some kind of products and storing cement. There was no lease arrangement between them and Transnet. They were there. Transnet was not getting money into its account. There were others there who were running events management businesses. They were running restaurants that they had opened there. And management of Transnet, the chief operations officer, including the then chief executive, Mr. Gama, pretended that they did not know that these illegals occupied the land. After much engagement, Mr. Gama said to me, yeah, they have occupied the land, but you know, there are laws in our country which say that we may not remove squatters unless we can provide to them an alternative accommodation. Clearly, that provision of the law would not have applied to rogue businesses who behave like mafia and came to occupy the land that belonged to a company that is owned by the taxpayers of South Africa. But that's what happened. So for years they were there. We ask ourselves the question, they must have been paying money. Who were they paying money to? They must have been assured that you can occupy this land, you can build a factory here in a warehouse, nothing is going to happen to you. Because the assessment we made was that that factory was built for close on to 50 million rand. Nobody spends 50 million if there is uncertainty, if there is a risk. So they were assured by management. Now, I'm mentioning these things to show the problems we have had, this paralysis that we're talking about, this horror show we are referring to. At the same time, in the same place, Transnet had signed a lease agreement with a company called SeaWorld. SeaWorld was going to operate that place over 10 years, begin to run domestic flight businesses like Lanseria, linking up with Lanseria. After 10 years, they would give it back to Transnet. They could not operate because other more powerful people had occupied that place, and Transnet management did not deal with them. Of course, they have now taken them to court. There are several litigations to get them out of the land. They also occupy that land without permission of the city of eThekwini. So now this is the horror show we're talking about. This is paralysis that we're talking about. Money can't come into the company. Nothing can be done because people who are there and are friends of people in top positions can stay there and nobody can do anything about it.
You say in paragraph 10.4, Mr. Molefe, that the ability of the board to tackle these issues was not immediately possible and was negatively affected by a number of factors, and you list those factors in paragraph 10.4.1 to 10.4.3. You've already mentioned some of them, but perhaps you want to summarize your evidence in that regard.
Chairperson, I referred to that structure that I called the screening house, the structure that selected what may come to the board. So they kept the secret. This Durban dig-out port story is one of the secrets that they kept away from the board. There are many others which we deal with later. Well, the biggest one, which almost collapsed Transnet, we'll talk about it, and which only came about as a result of the qualified audit report, but we'll come and deal with it later on. So we had that problem. We couldn't get information. No employee could simply talk to directors because that's like a regimental arrangement in the company. It's like a command system in the army. If the commander has not commanded you, instructed you to do something, nobody does anything. And if the commander chooses not to instruct you to do the right thing, so you got to stay with the wrong thing. Which is what was happening and made it very difficult for the board. If people spoke to directors, they would be called aside and asked, you've got no right to be talking to the directors. We, the top management, are the only ones who talk to the directors. So you got, if visitors come to to Transnet, employees must be scared to talk to them. And that is why Scopa, when it came there, it says, we don't want you management because we know that the employees will not talk if you are there. We want to talk them alone, which is what I have also done when I go to port terminals, we tell management to go and allow the employees to tell us about their problems and what they think we should be doing, which we are not doing. So that's the culture we are doing, because it's important that we encourage a culture of openness, a culture of transparency, a culture of participation without any fear in the affairs of the business.
You mention names in paragraph 10.5. Would you deal with those, please?
Well, in the chairperson, in the reports that we got, and when we look at the history of the transactions that happened there, we identify three key protagonists, three actors, we call them the architects, and the implementers of the capture of the state. And these were Mr. Brian Molefe, Mr. Anuj Singh, and Mr. Siyabonga Gama. The records and exhibits will show that they signed for some of these big and irregular contracts, including deviations or confinement, even changing the procurement evaluation criteria for some of these tenders in order to facilitate entry of those companies which were their darlings, which later on we saw that they siphoned money out of Transnet. And then, of course, you had a man who was chairing the board acquisition and disposal committee, Mr. Iqbal Sharma, who was a business associate of Salem Esa, a darling of the Guptas, and the guy who had all solutions for the Guptas and was running their businesses. Mr. Iqbal Sharma was working for Transnet, and they were associated. I think that business was called VR Laser, which we know was also involved with Denel, and it associated with other companies that then procured business with Transnet. Clearly, this is the abrogation of corporate governance rules, and a gross violation of fiduciary duties of directors and senior management of the business. And all of these people, including Mr. Sharma, were people who were appointed by Minister Gigaba when he took over as Minister of Public Enterprises. Is a matter of public record that he was a big buddy of the Guptas. He has been called several times to the Saxon world. I think I was unlucky. They probably didn't know my name. They never asked me to go there. You know, the opportunity ended before they could call me.
Yes.
You've also dealt, Mr. Molefe, to some extent with the matters raised by you in paragraph 10.6 and 10.7. Is there anything in those paragraphs that you feel you should add to what you've already said?
Not much of substance, Chairperson. Safe to say that we make a point that the manner in which these individuals operated, they treated Transnet as their piggy bank, you know, the little bank that kids play with. They put in money, they take it out. Transnet was that kind of a thing that they could put in money, take it out at will. But I think they were taking more out than they would have put in anything. And in this context, they would have been diverting funds to various entities through these nefarious methods of inflating the prices and changing the scope of contracts so that you justify increase of the cost. And they were also using these advisory services somewhere in the exhibits. The Honorable Chair will see that Trillion would be paid money for the work that they had not done for Transnet. I think we'll probably see it later. It's probably in the region of 93 million rand, which was paid to them. This was all part of this sophisticated game that was being played by those in power.
Paragraphs 10.8 to 10.10, Mr. Molefe, similar observations apply. You've dealt with issues raised in those paragraphs. And in paragraph 10.9, by way of summary, you talk of three basic pillars of the corruption and model of state capture, as you refer to it, that was prevalent in Transnet when you arrived. Do you wish to add or mention those three pillars by way of summary? Paragraph 10.9.
All of them, okay. We did refer to them, that we did say that a particular model of capture and corruption was constructed based on basic pillars. I did say that those pillars would be, you are either with us or without us, against us. So employees who did not support the agenda were dismissed, they were transferred elsewhere, or they were rendered redundant. In this connection, I must say we found many hardworking, loyal, and experienced employees pushing paper and not knowing what they are doing. They are still there, many of them, and we are in the process of doing this. We also know that those who could not stomach this kind of behavior resigned, not because they wanted to go, but because they felt that they had no future. But this organization needs the skills that they have. And we are in the process of bringing them back, provided that in doing so, we would not find ourselves to be acting in conflict with any law of our country, because we think the company needs them. And we do say that, look, they introduce new methods, procurement methods, or they flouted decision making in respect of our procurement processes. They use systems that facilitated state capture. You ask me how. I think probably Neotel again would provide an extractive example, where normally the process of determining the business needs, the quality and the scope, or the quality of product required and the scope of work would originate from the owner of business. When we look at what had happened at a certain point with regard to Neotel, the memorandum comes from the top. It doesn't come from the owner of business. And it ends up being endorsed by the CEO of the operating division and management, and they get settled with a mess of dysfunctional equipment which was obsolete, and which later on, of course, the company would have been required to buy it back. So it's one example that we have seen. And we have said also, Chairperson, that reprisals were enforced. There were concoction, fabrication of charges, and people subjected to disciplinary hearings, found guilty and fired. Some of them are subjected to these disciplinary hearings on matters that they know they are not guilty of. But in the end, because they have considered that they are unwanted in the business, they go away. So this has been the method that has been used by those in power, and the culture that they developed was that you don't ask your superior questions. You don't debate with your superior. You just listen and carry out orders. That had been the culture. And it is a culture we are seeking to reverse. It is very difficult because it had become not only a culture but a practice within the organization. Now we've got to turn that around. If we have to unchain the creativity, innovation, and talent of the many employees who understand this business, love it, and are committed to working.
Well, part of what you are telling me in terms of people who may have been seen to resist attempts to get them to be involved in wrongdoing, that they were, the disciplinary charges were brought against them and they were suspended and they were dismissed, or things were made difficult for them, with the result that some would leave, seems consistent with what I've been told by other witnesses in relation to, for example, the law enforcement agencies. Of course, I will still hear more evidence and see whether there are any witnesses who dispute that analysis, but what you are saying seems to be consistent with what they told me, or some of the witnesses in the law enforcement agency told me was happening in that sector as well.
It is indeed consistent, Chairperson. Without getting into the details, I've had the opportunity to work with law enforcement agencies when I was chairman of PRASA.
Yes.
We started off very well. We had professional police officers who were doing a good job.
Yes. Yes.
And we gave them files and files of evidence. They agreed to work with our forensic investigators because they had lack of capacity in that area.
Yeah.
Then, of course, when the president changed the head of the Hawks and brought in a gentleman called Bering Tlemeza, he got in there and he removed all these good people. And we started getting the story of files which were disappearing, the work we had given not been done. As I'm sitting here now, talking in this commission, there are volumes of evidence sitting there with the Hawks, which they are yet to go to the National director of prosecution to deal with. It is precisely for that reason that I had to haul them before the courts and say, do your job. And it was a simple thing, do your job. You discharge your constitutional mandate. I'm not asking you to do something that's not part of your responsibility and your duties. So there is a correlation between what we have painted here and what happened to these law enforcement agencies.
But what's quite important in relation to the last bit that you have said about the law enforcement agencies is you are not basing that on what you may be reading in the newspapers or in the hearing in the media. You are basing it on your experience as chairperson of PRASA at a certain time when, from a certain time, the Hawks seemed to have good people who were keen on their job, doing it properly, but from a certain time, your experience showed that things began to be different. That's personal experience in matters in which you were involved in that capacity.
Certainly, Chairperson. I sat with some of the senior people. I've never sat with Mr. Ntlemeza because he was not there. He came in, and when he came in, they stopped doing the job. But I sat in meetings with his deputy, who is still there now. I needed to have added one point, Chairperson, which when I spoke about reprisals and disciplinary hearings,
yes,
to say that justice in Transnet was applied selectively. Where the person implicated in reports was somebody who knew a lot about the wrongs of some of the people in senior positions. That person would be charged, but deliberately, not enough evidence would be adduced before the disciplinary hearing.
yes,
We had one example where there was a devastating report, for example, on the matter of the NMPP, National Multi-Product Pipelines. And that report, during the disciplinary hearing, was not used. The result was that the person was not found guilty. So it is deliberate because they had the report, but they didn't want to use it. Transnet lawyers or lawyers instructed by Transnet were either not made privy to that report or they did not ask for the report. But Transnet, knowing the gravity of the transgression, the offense, they should have used it, but they didn't. But on smaller persons, individuals, they descend heavily on. They punish them. They fire them from work.
Well, it might not be exactly the same thing that some of the witnesses in the law enforcement sector told me, but they did say that in regard to persons or officials who seem to be fighting corruption, there seemed to be quite determination to get them arrested, charge them criminally, even when either there was no case or if there was something that done wrong was really a minor thing. But when it was certain other people, then even if there was clear evidence, nothing would be done against them in terms of arrest or being suspended or charged or transferred. Or when it was done in such a way that they would not be found guilty or something like that. I hope I'm not misrepresenting what they told me, but there was something like that. But I just mentioned to say that there is also that came from a different sector. Thank you.
It is so, Chairperson. That's our observation from where we are seeing what we have seen, but I've also seen it by
Yes.
working closely with law enforcement agencies.
Yes. Thank you.
There was a point I wanted to make. Maybe I can make it once Advocate Pretorius concludes that paragraph 10. But if you allow me, Chairperson, I can just rattle on and say that
Yes, Mr. Pretorius, is that fine in terms of your own planning?
Well, I was coming to paragraph 10.12 and had a few questions in relation to the manner in which the board responded to what it found and began its own series of investigations.
I was going to do something, say something before that paragraph 10.
Okay,
Please
maybe
go ahead.
say so.
Please go
Yeah,
And that
say
is
it, yeah.
10:11.
Yes.
Basically where we say that one of our primary tasks was to investigate the extent of abuse of procurement processes at Transnet and to make sure that we clean up the mess as much as possible. I think to this extent, there are a number of these big matters we're dealing with. One of them is that the Durban dig-out port I referred to earlier. The other one is that one of the cranes, which has been dealt with. We received further whistleblowing report in respect of the multi-product pipelines that I've spoken about. We still have to look at how to use that information. I'm advised that we have approximately 400,000 documents which came as a result of the whistleblower, and MNS attorneys went to collect it in Durban. And the whistleblower says you stand a chance of recovering 12 billion rands that Transnet has lost. But I don't know if people would have been sitting in the 12 billion rands, but it is worth demonstrating to the South African public that we are acting decisively. So we will deal with that. You might ask, Chairperson, but what mechanism have you created to make sure that matters that you have not referred to in your evidence here are followed up, are not allowed to disappear? We are working on that. We have recently received approval from National Treasury in the use of transversal contracts to use forensic investigators who are on their panel. And the intention is to make sure that we move rapidly. We don't go through tedious processes of trying to find investigators through a public tender. Of course, even as we do that, we would still have to go through Transnet procurement to achieve that. But we are looking at that. These cases that I'm referring to would go to them. Yesterday, Advocate Pretorius said Transnet is no longer at the Carlton Center. Transnet has moved now to Waterfall Corner, and he said, well, this might be the subject of investigation. I don't know who whispered to him. It is indeed the subject of investigation. I should have seen the preliminary report of it yesterday or today. It has not been brought, but it is the subject of investigation. Some of the strange things that have happened and the questions that I've asked management was, how could it be so coincidental that Waterfall Corner, the building you want, is occupied by a Group 5. Group 5 has a 5-year contract, a lease. Group 5 has used 2 years of that lease. And suddenly, Transnet comes in and takes a lease of 3 years in the same building. Is this not a bailout of some kind? Because in my personal experience, if you had a lease, the landlord would have said to you, you can't leave my property now unless you find me a tenant who will take the remainder of your contract. So it is that red flag that we would pursue. From where I'm sitting, I've been privy to some of the emails that suggested that, in fact, even before the RFP went out, there had been discussions between management of Transnet, management of Group 5, management of a company called Attack, which is a listed property company of why do I forget the holding company? Well, I will remember it. But there had been those discussions. And we also look at how the RFP was designed. Transnet needed a lot of parking space if it was to move everybody from the Carlton Center to the Waterfall Corner. It would also have needed additional space to accommodate executives coming from the operating divisions when they come to the meetings of EXCO. But Transnet did not do that. It designed the parking requirements to suit what exists already there in that building. The result being that when there is EXCO, members of our management, top executive team, they don't have place to park. So it's one of those things that would be investigated. There are many more similar ones, and we will be using this the panel of National Treasury to follow up on these things. There are other things which Fundutsi in its report became privy to, but they were falling outside their mandate, but they reflect the violations of procurement and other things happening within Transnet. They would have to be packaged as well and included in the next phase of our investigations.
You deal in paragraph 10.12, Mr. Molefe, with the beginnings of the review process embarked upon by the new board, and a number of high-value tenders were identified in that process. We're going to deal with some of them in your evidence in due course, but as you yourself have stated, the question arises, what about the possibility of malfeasance outside of those high-value tenders? And you've told the chair about some of the activities of the board in that respect. May I refer you to a statement you made, public statement you made? It's not part of the bundle, Chair, but it will be handed up in January 2019. It's in the business report, and it's under the headline, Transnet reviews thousands of contracts and cleanup. And towards the end of the article, you're quoted as saying that Transnet would spend a significant amount of time going through a pile of contracts, which you, Mr. Molefe, estimated to be in the thousands that the company had entered into during the past few years. And you are quoted as saying, the reality is that once that exercise is completed, the 8.1 billion rand reported in irregular expenditure last year, that number could be significantly higher. Did you make that statement?
That is correct, Chairperson, I did.
Do you have anything to add? How is it that
and
you
I
would-
did not suck the number 1,000 from my finger. I had a discussion with our Treasury and the acting Chief Financial Officer and said, what would it take for us to get to the bottom of this corruption? It is quite clear that when we came in, the focus was on the 1064 locomotives, on Neotel, on T-Systems, as well as 95 and 100 locomotives procurement. But the reality is that there are many others falling outside that, which if indeed we want to clean up, would have to deal with. So the statement is correct, and we are committed to doing so. And one of the things that items that we are already dealing with, on which there's a preliminary report, is one relating to what is called Ambrose Park, is the land of Transnet, where Transnet was attempting to create an opportunity for emerging oil and gas businesses to establish there. But unfortunately, whilst economic transformation, inclusiveness, and empowerment are necessary, some opportunists circumvented the processes. So we're looking at that. And it's a complex thing, Chairperson, because the companies that signed these lease agreements with Transnet themselves did not want to defraud Transnet, unless they might have been giving kickbacks to somebody. Is that somebody inside Transnet chose not to follow the process. The result was that once those companies had signed the lease agreements, they spent millions. I spoke to one company that says, we have already put 100 million into this thing. So Transnet, in resolving these matters, it is going to have to find a balance between dealing robustly with compliance with the procurement system, but also deal with the impact that our failures as Transnet has had on innocent businesses. Perhaps that is probably the point at which lawyers would call about just and equitable arrangement.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mr. Molefe, in embarking upon the project or projects that the board has chosen to, have you found a change in relation to the readiness of whistleblowers to come forward?
Yes, Chairperson, increasingly South Africans in and outside Transnet, employees of Transnet, are coming forward disclosing information which hitherto we would not have been able to access. And we think that it augurs well for the process of changing the culture, rebuilding and rebuilding the institution, and restoring public confidence in state-owned companies.
Mr. Molefe, at paragraph 10.12.1 and following, you deal at a high level and in summary with some of the larger contracts which have been reviewed through your investigations or through the investigations that you've mandated your legal representatives and others to undertake. Shall we start first with the issue of the 95 locomotives at paragraph 10.12.2? If you could tell the Chair in summary what investigations have revealed.
The key investigation in this regard, investigations were MNS and Fundutsi, especially Fundutsi. And the investigations reveal that, again, as is prevalent in Transnet at the time, as was prevalent in Transnet at the time, procurement processes were flouted, prices were increased. If you look at these two, they start off with Transnet saying we need to confine because we got to prepare our locomotives are aging, There's a number of them which will be phased out. They will go out of service, so we need to move rapidly. Now, there were companies that had provided service at this stage. I recall one of them was Mitsui. I think it's called Mitsui, yeah?
That's M-I-T-S-U-I.
M-I-T-S-U-I.
Yes.
It had previously provided locomotives of the type that Transnet required. And management advised that in order to ensure that the costs are not high, that we manufacture these locomotives quickly and therefore can deploy them in service as quickly as possible. The confinement should be in Mitsui. They have the design, they have the production line, so they're not going to spend time still trying to figure out how to design that locomotives. And that is where probably the question of standardization would have arisen in that regard, and which is provided for in confinement and in the deviations of National Treasury regulations. If I recall well, it should be Regulation 16 or so. But China South Rail entered. Things changed. What was initially intended to be a confinement to Mitsui was now changed. It was made a confinement now to China South Rail, which did not have the design that Transnet required at that time, and therefore Transnet ends up with a locomotive design that they did not require. And again, the business owner, which would have been TFR, would have said, this is the kind of locomotives we want. It gets up there to the big bosses at corporate. They decide, no, you're not gonna get what you want. You will get what we say is good for you. You're not gonna get what you want, which would be cheaper for Transnet. You're gonna get what we say is good for you, and which will lead to escalation in terms of price, but you must pay that price. I just want to make that point. I know that the details will be dealt with by other witnesses who were more into operation and were dealing with issues of governance and procurement. They are experts in that regard.
We know from investigations that there were 3 contracts in relation to, well, many more than 3 contracts, but 3 categories of contract in relation to the procurement of locomotives. That's the procurement of the 95 locomotives, then the procurement of 100 locomotives, and then the procurement of the 1064 locomotives. Those issues have been raised yesterday and will be the subject of further evidence. You summarize separately in relation to the 95, the 100, and the 1064, the findings. You've dealt with the 95, I think, and in paragraph 10.12.4, you summarize the findings in respect of the 100 locomotives. Would you just summarize those for the chair, please? That's in paragraph 10.12.4.1 and following.
Chairperson, I identify the irregularities in respect of the acquisition of 100 locomotives. And I did say that already what was initially intended to be a confinement to Mitsui now shifted to become a confinement of the 100 locomotives to China South Rail. And this was not in compliance with the requirement of urgency, standardization, and highly specialized goods as prescribed by the policy and of course, the Treasury regulation. So it's one of those things. So it's irregular. That's Funduti has found that. So did MNS investigators.
Was there
And-
any
and-
escalation of cost that raised concern?
I'm coming to that. The investigations, the reports show that the China South Rail proposal did not meet the objectives of confinement as set out in the memorandum of 21st January 2014, which had been approved by the Transnet Board of Directors. And then, of course, that in response to the question by Advocate Pretorius SC, it is indeed true that the acquisition cost escalated from 3.8 billion to 4.4 billion. And this memorandum was submitted by Mr. Brian Molefe, Mr. Singh, and Mr. Gaba, justifying the increases. So I'm advised from the investigations that Transnet overpaid at least 3.47 million per locomotive, and at most paid 6.2 million per locomotive.
Overpaid.
Sorry, overpaid, yes, overpaid by that amount, sorry. And the conclusion was that Messrs. Molefe, Brian Molefe, B.S. Gama, Singh, and Gianni had failed in discharging their fiduciary duties in the acquisition of 100 locomotives for China South Rail. The fiduciary duties being one that requires care and diligence. And these are the things that show that willfully people could just ignore the rules.
Chair, it's 2 minutes to 1. We're about to move to a new topic. Would it be convenient now to take the long adjournment?
Okay, we'll take the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 2 o'clock. We adjourn.
Hey man, you guys, why are you busy taking photos when you are pointing at me alone? You're making me a celebrity. Eh?
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Molefe, before the long adjournment, we were dealing with the various locomotive transactions, and you were about to refer to the findings of the investigations mandated by the Board of Transnet into the purchase of the 1064 locomotives, which is at paragraph 10.12.5 of your statement. If you would just summarize, please, for the Chair, what the investigators found in respect of that transaction.
Chairperson, in summary, the findings of the investigators was that the request for proposal, the RFPs, did not comply with the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act. The investigators found that Transnet did not follow National Treasury Instruction Note, which provided for 90-10 preferential point system, being 90, I think, on the side of pricing, and the 10% on the side of empowerment. Which is a provision provided for in the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act. They also found that Transnet unlawfully deviated from the evaluation process when evaluated technical compliance, that Transnet did not track production and content threshold as the price changed during post-tender negotiation with regard affecting 3 bidders in this connection. I earlier on referred to the requirements of local content and variously looking at matters, requirements in respect of electrical locomotives, which was 60%, and the diesel locomotives being 55%. In reading the scores in respect of all of them, in fact, none of them complied, none of the bidders. So they were allowed to go through, but it also suggests that, the environment was such that bidders could come and simply ignore policy and procurement strategy of the company that is procuring their services.
In relation to the local content, it's quite a complex issue, I understand, because, as you say in paragraph 10.12.5.3, prices changed in post-tender negotiations, which resulted in a change to the local content calculations. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I don't. I don't intend to add anything unless I'm required to do so.
In 10.12.5.5, you mention a circumstance involving China South Rail and Mr. Salim Essa, and a payment made there that tainted the procurement process. Are you there referring to a payment to a company called Tequesta?
It is so, said the now, Chairperson, the procurement, public procurement in South Africa is provided for or is governed by Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And it is also the Public Finance Management Act. And Transnet has developed also a robust policy in what it's called procurement procedure manual, which clearly define how this process should be undertaken. Of course, at the heart of it, apart from your local content and so on, is the fact that the process has got to be fair, it has got to be just, it has got to be cost effective, amongst others. Those clearly were ignored, and these provisions were ignored, and one sees in the findings of the report unimaginable arrogance, where China South Rail bid to supply, if I remember well, is 359 locomotives to South Africa. I think those ones were electric, if I remember well. And then they also allow for a back-to-back service agreement to be entered into between Tequestra, which is a company of Salim Essa, an associate of the Guptas, with a company called China South Rail Hong Kong. And the basis of that agreement says we are responsible for you getting the contract in South Africa, which means they are saying there was no fair competition. We went in there, we told our friends inside Transnet, in the Board Acquisition and Disposals Committee, that you must get this contract, and you got it. Now, because you got it, you got to pay us a success fee, and you will pay us through another vehicle that you have created and will be in Hong Kong, registered in Hong Kong, China South Rail Hong Kong. And for each invoice that Transnet pay, you're going to pay us 21%. If my recollection is good, but I suppose the experts will deal with the exact detail. I think as at the time when I last checked this matter, Tequestra had already been paid over 3 billion rand on the basis of this so-called success fee.
Who was the chairman of the Board Acquisition and Disposals Committee at the time?
Now, the chairman of the Board Acquisition and Disposals Committee at the time was a man called Iqbal Sharma, who was a business associate of Salim Essa, who owned maybe if not 100%, but majority, huge majority stake in Tequestra. And the money, therefore, arising out of the contract awarded by Mr. Iqbal Sharma, on Mr. Iqbal Sharma's recommendations to the board, found its way, part of that found its way to the company of his business associate, Mr. Salim Essa. We said earlier on they were business associate in VR Laser. Yeah.
May we move on then?
I had wanted to go back to 10.12.5.4.
I was also wondering whether that you left that out deliberately.
No, I had left it, I had intended to leave it, Chairperson,
okay.
but now I see
with
money
it.
there.
Well, that's
and
what I saw too.
I thought
That's what-
South Africans want to hear about.
Well, I thought when I saw that figure, I said, how could you leave it out? Yes.
The finding there, the MNS says it is contrary to Transnet negotiation strategy. The post-tender negotiation team permitted the bidders to price for split in batches, thus causing Transnet to incur additional 2.7 billion rand in the total estimated cost. So every time there is failure to observe the rules, the processes and regulation, Transnet loses money, pays more. And in this instance, it is paying extra 2 billion rand. I would imagine that as they keep paying more, some of this money then finds its way to the pockets of these individuals.
The purpose of post-tender negotiations would be to establish what is known as the best and final offer. Am I correct?
That is correct, sir.
And what is the purpose normally for the party issuing the tender?
Chairperson, the purpose normally of the party issuing the tender is to use that process to reduce the cost. In a way, they use that to negotiate the prices down. And it is normally done with post-tender. It is done with those who have already been advised that they have been the preferred bidders and they are being awarded the tender. Something that has been strange with this process, we have found that when negotiations take place on the best and final offer, the prices just go up. We am yet to call to mind any negotiations where the price went down. So that's the difficulty we have with the way in which the BAFO negotiations was handled. BAFO means the best and final offer.
Well, I guess that these kinds of things would not be picked up most of the time where those within the company who are supposed to exercise oversight are either not able to because they are incompetent, or not able to because they don't know the subject, or because they too are party to the scheme. Because otherwise, when there are so many things going wrong, if there are people who are paid to do oversight, they must pick these things up.
Chairperson, that is true, things being normal. But we now know that the phenomenon of state capture has ushered in anomalies that boggles the minds of normal thinking human beings. They should be doing that, but they're not doing it. The Transnet procurement procedure manual requires that people in supply chain need to be trained regularly. Of course, and so management would say that it shouldn't end only with employees, that directors too need to be subjected to this training so that they understand the processes, and when they ask questions, interrogate those who are making submissions, requesting approval, they should be able to ask the right questions, and they should also be able to detect where processes have been violated. The Finance and Capital Investment Committee of the board, which has been mandated to exercise oversight on procurement and to recommend to the board when they are satisfied that the procurement mechanisms and policies have been applied in a manner that is satisfactory, they would then come to the board and recommend that they are satisfied that it has been done. But we have also said probably we need to do more than that. The way to do it is to stop the situation where one person is the person delegated to sign approval, can do so without the collective view of the committee. So we've introduced the committee system to ensure that the committees would then serve as a countervail against the weaknesses or the disregard of rules and policies. But we went further to say probably we need a new way also, where you could say to each individual, you need to sign off in a particular checklist where you confirm that you agree with everything, you have done your best to make sure that policy is complied with. And therefore, if you write that and it comes to the board, as a result of that recommendation, the board approves, and later it is found that you misled the board, that should lead to summary dismissal of the individual.
Of course.
But of course, it's a matter that our procurement and governance section of the company must further elaborate that policy.
Of course, the fact that people who are supposed to do oversight might not have done it might be directly the result of the effectiveness of the strategy that you talked about before lunch of going to the people who occupy strategic positions in the entity and making sure that those people are on their side. In that event, whatever training the person has, whatever expertise that person has, won't work because he or she is deliberately not wanting to expose what they are supposed to expose, so because they are already part of the scheme.
It is so, Chairperson, but the question is that must be asked. would anybody have the incentive not to want to apply policy, the rules and procedures when that person has got no material benefit out of that process? I would be surprised if anybody would simply commit to doing these sorts of things on behalf of a company, bidding for a contract in their company, and a company that they have nothing to do with, except the professional relationship of requiring them to provide a service. It is pretty clear. I mean, the reasonable assumption is that there is material benefit for those who bend the rules to ensure that companies that do not comply get the contract. I must hasten to say, by the way, that some of the companies that may not have complied might not necessarily have offered any material benefits to these individuals. But the individual, in order that they do not get confronted with the questions to say, why is it that you are excluding these other companies? They make everybody to pass, even those who don't pay the incentives to them, which is what we see in the 1064 process of the OEMs. I think, and it's a matter we have to deal with. China South Rail features prominently in this matter. And that is where investigations see trails or traces of movement of monies. We've tried to talk with them. They have played games. They have been so far the most uncooperative, delaying, not responding to our requests, which are aimed at finding an agreement which together would enable us to have these contracts cancelled and together approaching the court on what is the most appropriate or equitable and a just remedy for this. We found it difficult. Of course, the lawyers and probably chairperson, you being a judge and the highest court in the land, you might also say, look, what is unlawful is unlawful. The law has been broken, it's unlawful. You cannot make it lawful. And we agree. But we are saying that when you deal with a company like Transnet, whose critical role we have indicated earlier on when we were talking, when you have a problem like this, you cannot deal with that problem in a manner similar to how we have dealt with a problem of non-compliance in the case of PRASA. In the case of these OEMs, the locomotives are per the designs approved by Transnet. And some of them have already been delivered, tested, accepted, and they have already been deployed in service. In the case of Transnet, PRASA, the locomotives were not fit for purpose. They were tall, they were not meeting the safety regulations, requirements of safety regulator of South Africa. They were not even complying with the rail network requirement of Transnet itself. So there you could say it serves no purpose for us to keep a product that we can't use, or a product which, when we use, there are certain places where we cannot use, which is what we did not ask for. Yeah. Here, it's a very critical matter. Management, when they went into procurement, they went through detailed assessment and presentation that showed the life of the existing locomotives, the number of them who were becoming obsolete and therefore would go out of service, and seen the urgency of getting the new ones to replenish their stock. So then you have the business imperatives that would need to be taken into account, even as you proceed towards cancelling the contract. You may want to say then you're going to invoke the principle of equitable and just remedy that would arise. But there may well be some of these OEMs and entities that have been involved in so much corruption that we would simply not be able to apply that remedy to them. I'm sorry, I'm pretending that I'm a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. It's just that I spend a lot of time talking to MNS.
Yes, Mr. Pretorius.
On page 16, or at least at paragraph 10.12.6, Mr. Molefe, you deal with the relocation issue. It has been mentioned in presentations yesterday. What was at issue in relation to relocation?
The chairperson, as I understand it and listening to management of Transnet, and having seen some correspondence that they exchanged with the Minister Brown, Lynn Brown, the intention in talking about the relocation was to say this procurement program is so big and it involves so much money, it needs to be used also as an opportunity for industrial development or capacitation and development of local businesses in other parts of the country, and they chose KwaZulu-Natal for that purpose. But I think to call it a relocation was a misnomer, and I agree with the advocate Pretorius SC. I think he's the one who summarized it so eloquently yesterday, because the findings of a company appointed by Transnet to look into this question of relocation, I think it was called Loliwe, arrived at the conclusion that in fact there was no relocation. Because relocation presupposes that you've got an establishment elsewhere, and you have to move that establishment, if not in its entirety, but a significant proportion thereof to a different place. But in this instance, what appears to be pretty clear from the beginning is that it was really just an establishment in KwaZulu-Natal of manufacturing and assembling plant rather than a relocation. At the beginning, as the chairperson would see in the document, the initial so-called relocation prices that are given by the OEMs range between 4 and 9 million. And then suddenly a company called BEX,
Is that BEX?
BEX, BEX, is brought in, we don't know how, but by the BADC to advise them on how to cost the relocation. The result of that was that BEX then say, for one, call them by name, for you, Bombardier Transport, relocation would cost 618,457,125. And for China North Rail, it will cost 647,181,494. So it jumped from 4 to 9 million to this figure. So what do you do then? On this question of relocation, you just dip into the vault. You dip into the vault of Transnet and pull out 1.3 billion rand or so for that purpose. And this question of relocation again was not part of the RFP initially. It's a matter that was brought in the post-award negotiations.
Through variation.
It's a variation, yes, of, in a sense, also tampering with the relevant aspect of the RFP as well.
Yes, the costs, I understand, from what you say in your statement and from the investigators, were unjustifiably inflated according to Transnet investigators.
That is so.
The advisor in that respect was BEX, as you refer to them.
Yes, sir.
They apparently received a large payment for their advice in relation to costings. Do you recall the amount of that payment?
Where I'm sitting, I'm not able to remember the exact figure, but it is a figure that is in excess of 30 million.
Does 67 million rand ring a bell?
Oh, yes, 67 million, yes, 67 million.
Chair, may I place on record that we have received substantial submissions in regard to issues raised in relation to Bombardier Transport from the legal representatives of Bombardier Transport, Norton Rose Fulbright. Those have been placed before the legal team and have been made available to the investigators. Of course, we believed it would be inappropriate to debate the rights and wrongs of those outside of the Commission. They need to be debated in public before the Commission. They will be placed before the Commission in due course, preferably by Bombardier itself, and they will be brought to the attention of witnesses who deal with these issues as and when they need to deal with them when we're dealing with applications for cross-examination.
Okay, that's fine.
If Wiles advocate is
Yes.
still looking at his papers, if I may, Chairperson,
Yes.
interject on this matter. It is for Transnet a very serious matter.
Yes.
And it is so for the government of the Republic of South Africa and the people of South Africa. The SIU proclaimed by the President in April of 2018 has also found that these contracts, 1064 contracts, are irregular. MNS has found that they are irregular. So did Waxman. Now, there is a big challenge that the board of Transnet now faces as an accounting authority. Parliament is going to say, so will Scopa say to us, you became aware that these contracts are irregular. You say that they are unlawful as well. But you continue to perform, you continue to use the taxpayers' money to finance contracts that you say are unlawful. Now, I'm raising this question because the need for us, understanding the complexities of this contract and the business imperatives that I refer to go into an arrangement where we can arrive at a conclusion together with the parties to these contracts. The urgency thereof cannot be overemphasized. And that is why, I must say, I don't know what Bombardier Transport is saying in its submissions, but the reality is that all of us have got to move rapidly and close this major problem for the country that is being faced by Transnet and the country. Ordinarily, if there was proper enforcement of performance, taking into account milestones, the delays, and so on, they should have been imposed on many of them several penalties. Those were not done. Of course, probably some of them will say, yeah, you compelled us to use Transnet Engineering. Transnet Engineering was not ready to deliver the volumes and in time that we wanted them to deliver. They would not have been able to assemble and manufacture bogies as quickly as we would have wanted them to do so. But that does not mean we can delay this process to eternity, Chairperson. We have a responsibility as the board to Parliament and to the government to resolve this matter. And we have sent messages to the parties that we want to talk, we want to rapidly resolve these matters. MNS, together with the acting group chief executive officer and the acting chief financial officer, supported by teams from TFR and TE, have been working on these things, and it is important, I must place on record, that they be resolved. We may well, in the next few weeks, find it difficult to sustain continued payment performance when we know that in doing so we are also breaking the law on our side.
Well, you have said it's a complex matter, and I won't give advice. I'm sure you have enough advisors. All I can say is that South Africans will expect that if it's a matter where the board must tread carefully, they must do so. But they would also expect that things should not take too long to be finalized. And they will also expect that the board should not be scared of taking difficult decisions if it has to take difficult decisions. And that the board should apply its mind, and where it should draw a line, should do so. But those would be different expectations of people in South Africa. So ultimately, the board would need to apply its mind properly to different routes and avenues, but I'm sure that they won't expect that things should go on without resolution indefinitely.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me agree with the Chairperson on that matter, and the board has been very cautious and it sought to act responsibly on these matters. There are two aspects to this matter. The first one is the legality of the contracts. There probably we would treat every contractor the same. Then there would be the question of
Equity and justice,
just and equitable remedy. In that regard, there would be a varied approach. There are complexities that I haven't spoken about here, but Bombardier Transport understands some of those complexities, which extend beyond themselves and ourselves,
Yes.
which would have to deal with, which relate to how the funding for this procurement was handled, and what kind of agreements were the terms of those funding were done. But we can't keep it going on forever. As the Honorable Chair said, we would have to move. The board has to be decisive, but the board has to be rational and responsible.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molefe. In paragraph 10.12.7, you summarize the results of Transnet's investigations in relation to the relocation issue, which in turn I understand relates to the procurement of the 1064 locomotives. Is there anything you wish to add from that list in paragraph 10.12.7?
Chairperson, unless there are further questions, I think the paragraph is straightforward.
Yes, it's there as a matter of record. And then in relation to the findings of the investigation conducted by Loliwe, those are summarized in paragraph 10.12.9. Once again, you may wish to summarize those findings. And if you need to read the record there.
I just want to restate that Transnet appointed a railway logistics expert company, Loliwe Rail Solutions Pty Ltd, called Loliwe, to conduct an assessment of inter alia the reasonableness of the relocation costs accepted by Transnet. The finding of Loliwe were that there was no relocation of either BT and CNR. The variation orders were inflated intentionally by the OEMs and inadequately violated by Transnet. Inadequately evaluated by Transnet prior to concluding the approval and amendment of the contracts. That there is no justification for either the direct or indirect costs presented by PT, Bombardier Transport and China North Rail. That it was improper for Transnet to have agreed to lump sums for the relocation. These are the lump sums that I referred to earlier, Chairperson, going into over 600 of millions.
In each case, totaling
in each
over
case.
1.2 billion, right?
Yeah, overall is 1.2 billion. Yeah, in each case went over 600 million. That the approval of the direct and indirect costs was done without the representation of valid and substantiated documentation. and that the process followed in the approval of the relocation costs was not in accordance with the standard contract management protocol. And then the investigations report goes further to conclude that Mr. Gama's approval of relocation costs without apprising himself of the circumstances surrounding the amount may have caused Transnet to incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And our investigators recommend that Bombardier Transport and China North Rail be directed to provide a statement and debatement of the funds paid in relocation paid to them ostensibly for relocation. So in a sense, show us your records, your documents, give us those documents. We will give you ours and show you our report to say that this is irregular. But we don't want chairperson to spend time splitting hairs. This is a matter that's very serious and urgent. We now all know about the irregularities. Somebody might try to dispute it and play legal technicalities, but I think the big picture requires us to move beyond the game of lawyers trying to demonstrate that they know the law better than others. We must look at the big picture, the impact on the country, the impact on those companies themselves, and the impact of institutions that financed this program.
And you've already told the chair that the engagement with Bombardier Transport and China North Rail is continuing.
It is so, Chairperson, I must say, and probably it will provide an incentive to those OEMs that are lagging behind, which are still lagging behind. The negotiations with General Electric have gone extremely well. Most of the issues our negotiators and their negotiators were able to reach some measure of consensus. And we think that, and they accept where they have failed to meet the requirements, that they have failed. So we have to deal with what then do we do about these failures. There would be failures also, of course, from the side of Transnet through TE, and all of those are being acknowledged by our teams. And we are just close to a point where we can sign off, but probably would not be able to sign off until we have dealt with the question of the legality of all of those contracts, which must then be followed by a process of determining just an equitable remedy.
Before we move on, Mr. Molefe, one correction necessary that has been drawn to my attention. BEX was, I understand, the advisor to China North Rail and not to the BADC of Transnet. Am I correct?
That is correct. So they were advising China North Rail, but once they had given the figures about China North Rail, somehow, in a way that I'm unable to explain here, maybe it's something, if I need to do further research on, I may have to, but I don't think there is a need. The figure around 600 million was then applied to Bombardier as well. Not the exact figure, as to the Honorable Chair
More or
will
less.
see. In the respect of Bombardier Transport, is 618 million and those thousands, and the other one was 647 million for North China Rail.
Yes.
China North Rail.
In paragraph 10.12.12, Mr. Molefe, you deal with the engagement of T-Systems and what occurred there. Would you tell the chair about that, please?
If I'm allowed to gallop on this one, Chairperson, I simply want to say that at a point, and that was in 2017, 22nd February, Transnet awarded to T-System data services tender after tenders, after determining that they continue to need this service. It was not the first time. They had been there before, so it was, in a sense, a further award, but it followed the RFP that was issued, the competitive process. The competitive process pointed to the Gijima company being the one that really performed better, and I think T-System came out second. But the Board Acquisition and Disposal Committee reviewed the recommendation that came from management and disagreed with management. Ostensibly, after their assessment of risk, and these risks are said to have been identified by a company called Gartner Consultants. And of course, post-BAFO assessment, they constituted objective criteria. This matter became the subject of debate and later subject of disagreements between Transnet and National Treasury. National Treasury, having reviewed how the procurement process was handled, concluded that Gijima should have been awarded that contract. By that time, of course, the BADC, Board Acquisition and Disposal Committee of Transnet, had already issued the letter of intent to T-Systems. That would have required them then to rescind their decision and withdraw the letter that they had written to T-Systems. T-Systems decided no, they were not going to agree. They were offered the tender, they wanted, so it became the subject of litigation for a while. Litigation now between Transnet and T-Systems. Of course, Transnet was then joined later by Gijima as an interested party in the matter. It is now common cause that a judgment was handed down which annulled the LOI, accepted the application of Transnet, which was for a declaratory order, approving the withdrawal of that letter, and which then opened the way for the contract to be given to Gijima. I must say that the board of Transnet that I'm chairman of spent also time engaging T-Systems to say to them, we have had too much trouble already. Let's not spend time to eternity in court fighting the technicalities. The issues facing us are not only this one. There are other historical issues that are affecting you. Let's agree that you don't oppose further this application of Transnet. And indeed, to the credit of the T system, they cooperated and the order was given. I don't want to pretend that it was simply a clean fight in court which Transnet won. It was facilitated also by the fact that T system was willing not to oppose that application.
I understand this, however, to be an example of where a procurement process at the hands of the procurement management of Transnet was overridden by the BADC, the Board Acquisitions and Disposals Committee.
That is correct, Chairperson. In this instance, we must give credit to the management of Transnet. They did the right thing, but they were overruled by directors. And it is strange that, well, of course, we don't know why. It is strange that directors got involved in procurement instead of exercising oversight. Yeah, but it was a demonstration of instance where they were overruled.
As a matter of interest, the management that you are referring to that was involved in this one, was it the same management that you found as a new board when you came in, or was it new management? Or was it a mix?
No, Chairperson is the same management that
That you found there?
They might well. I don't know when Mr. Gary Peter left Transnet. He might well have been there at the time. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
But Mr. Gama was there and they supported the management application,
Yes.
submission to the board
Okay.
in favor of Gijima.
Okay, thank you.
In paragraph 10, 12, 15, you make reference to an audio recording of a meeting of the BADC held in February 2017 in relation to the appointment ultimately of T Systems. Have you listened to that recording?
I know that we discussed that recording in the board meeting. We were given the transcript of the recording. I personally did not listen to it, but it was listened to by our investigators.
What conclusion did you draw, or did the board draw, or your investigators draw, having had regard to the recording or the transcript?
Well, what we are saying is that having seen the transcript and those having listened to it, collectively with us arrived at the conclusion that the so-called procurement in this regard was a mere charade or a sham. It was sham because you listen to, you read what Mr. Shane was saying there in that that audio, that he didn't have respect for anybody, and is basically saying in that thing, by the way, when we issued this RFP, it was not our intention to get the best service provider. We were just issuing it as a mechanism that would enable us to control pricing so that we could negotiate better pricing. But we didn't really intend that the contract would not go to T Systems. It says so. A predetermination had already been made that this contract is going to T Systems. But we must create this facade or this charade of procurement.
In paragraph 11, Mr. Molefe, you focus on the remedies employed under the auspices of the board to deal with the circumstances or some of the circumstances which you've described to the chair. Would you relate those, please, to the chair?
Perhaps, and I haven't had the opportunity to discuss this with the evidence leader, perhaps that is one section where we need to tweak the formulation. We established an ad hoc committee on the 1064 locomotives, but we had agreed that this structure would not be really called the steering committee per se, because, well, it would act like a steering committee, not a board committee that that would form the formal, detailed definition of the terms of reference. And so it was really for purposes of engaging with MNS regularly to see how they are implementing the recommendations and to debate those matters that they would want referred to the board and find a way of processing them before they come to the board. I must say that the structure did not consist of audit committee members and the board chairperson only. It consisted of, on the contrary, the chairman of the board and the chairs of various subcommittees of the board. Of course, other people, especially those who are lawyers and are on our board, would participate in those meetings. And one of the members, Ms. Ashla Figelipi, we asked her to constantly liaise with MNS and coordinate us. It was purely about ensuring that the recommendations in the report are implemented.
So, from the fact that it consisted of the chairperson of the board and chairpersons of other committees of the board, must have been a strong committee, but you say it was not a formal committee. Is that correct, or is it difficult how to describe it?
Yes, it was not. It was an ad hoc structure for the specific.
An informal kind of structure, or maybe not really informal.
Well,
it was for the time being.
I beg yours.
It was for a specific purpose. It wasn't going to be there all the time. It was just going to be there on an ad hoc basis.
On an ad hoc basis,
Yes.
and it would meet also with MNS on an ad hoc basis.
Yes.
It was not the board committees have a schedule
Yes.
of meetings that is planned well in advance.
Yes.
This one would meet with them on an as and when basis. It was a strong committee because the board considered these matters very serious, but that committee could not make any final decisions with the investigators. It would still revert to the board, defer to the board for decisions.
So it was kind of facilitatory.
Facilitating committee, assisting
Yeah.
also on processing some small issues before they go to the board.
And to make sure that when certain issues came to the board, they came to the board when they had been properly looked at for the board to make a final decision.
That is correct, Chairperson. But it was also the kind of a committee that would also reflect on the complex issues I raised about whether you cancel a contract, what are the business imperatives, what are the ramifications for the funding structure of the program of modernization of freight transportation system.
So, for all intents and purposes, if one calls it a board committee, provided one bears in mind that it was not like other board committees in certain respects and that it could not make final decisions. That description wouldn't be wrong if one understands that context. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
In summary, Mr. Molefe, you have commissioned several reports from, amongst others, MNS and Fundutsi, and in these reports, recommendations are made to Transnet.
It is correct,
And
Chairperson.
I understand the board to have put together a mechanism to enable it best to consider these recommendations and to supervise their implementation.
The board, having received all these matters, yes, it then took a view that MNS, who were au fait with these investigations, be appointed to implement all matters that arise out of this investigation. I said I'm a difficult witness. Of course, in my discussion with the lead investigator of Fundutsi, he made it clear to me that in the course of their investigation, there are many other extraneous matters that arose, which were identified, affecting Transnet, which relates to further irregularities in Transnet, which could not be overlooked, but they could not deal and conclude anything on them because the scope of their work did not cater for that. So those would be some of the matters that the mechanisms we spoke about earlier for dealing with other issues like your relocation from the Carlton to Waterfall, your Ambrose Park leases, investigation, and so on, they would also be looked into comprehensively by our risk committee together with the management, and relying on the panel of National Treasury that National Treasury allowed us to use in terms of the transversal contract arrangement, would then look at all of those investigations.
Thank you. In paragraph 11.3 and following, Mr. Molefe, you talk of the engagement between Transnet on the one hand and the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigations, the Hawks, on the other. Would you tell the Chair about that engagement, please?
Chair, when we got into Transnet, as we indicated, there were investigations that had ensued, and the report, one report was ready of Worksmen. The other one of MNS came about, was released around, I think, 13th of June, if I remember the date. But then on the side, we have the SIU proclaimed by the President, and expressly to investigate Transnet, amongst others. They were doing, of course, ESCOM as well. So we had to ask ourselves a question. Now that we are aware that the SIU is investigating, and it is investigating matters similar to what these other law firms investigated, and also that the Hawks, in their own right as law enforcement agencies, having seen all the reports in the media and the public protector report on the irregularities and violation of the law in Transnet's procurement, we're also investigating. The board took the view that we can't allow this process to go uncoordinated, because there'll be duplication, both in terms of work that we do, but also in terms of the resources, all of which are the resources of the South African public. So we needed, therefore, to bring all these entities together to agree that there are certain things that we would need to share information on, and that we would not duplicate, that we would not run ahead of one party in litigating. I mean, if we don't talk, MNS can go and litigate on the OEM's matter, but the SIU is also working on that. And you have also the issue is that my advocate, I think, is now feeling that I'm talking too much. I'm going to try and summarize.
Yes.
If you look at the importance of coordination, it is that where monies have moved around, and some monies left the country, other monies are here. Even if Transnet knows where the money is, Transnet has got no powers to subpoena, search, and seize. The SIU is able to do so, the Hawks are able to do so. So it's important that we work together. But they also work with the Asset for Future unit. And with the existence of the legal assistance program between our country and other countries and law enforcement agencies and the extradition treaties signed, those law enforcement agencies are in a position to chase the monies outside the borders of South Africa. They can collaborate with the Reserve Bank and the banks outside South Africa to get the money. They can subpoena the banks to give them bank statements. We can't. We can't do so. Even if I were to get a whistleblower's report, I would not be allowed to talk about it, because how do I become privy to private bank details of a person or a company? So there is the importance there for the chairperson of this collaboration. But we have also said that we have these regular meetings with the SIU in particular, where we share reports, and you would hear us we do refer to the fact that the SIU has written us a letter, because I had asked them to tell me where they are in their own investigations, because, by the way, Transnet is paying for their investigation as well, because the proclamation and the Act provides that if they are investigating Transnet, Transnet becomes the recipient of their services and therefore must pay for that. But Transnet has to account to Parliament. The way in which we account to Parliament is that we must show the product for which we are paying. I don't know if I need to go more than that, Chairperson.
Well, we understand from your evidence, Mr. Molefe, that Transnet and the board of Transnet in particular is working with the law enforcement agencies to address the consequences of what has occurred in Transnet, about which you've testified. Two questions, if I may. The first is, what steps, if any, is Transnet taking to recover monies lost as a result of malfeasance within Transnet? And the second question, if I may just ask at the same time, on everybody's, well, on the minds of many people, are prosecutions contemplated, and if so, can you assist the Commission in relation to detail?
Chairperson, I know Advocate Pretorius SC said we got to say everything as it is here, but it looks like in this instance I have to move rapidly because the issues are similar. The first point is that, yes, we've begun the process, Chairperson, of recovering those monies that we have identified and are able to do so. In respect of China South Rail, we have already received back 618 million, which was paid in advance to them for a maintenance program under material reliability supply agreement, which they had entered into with Transnet. It was entered into pretty early, even before they delivered, I think, the locomotives. They already had our money. They have cooperated with us. They paid us 618 million, but the full amount that was paid to them was 700 million. It became 700 million because VAT was inclusive. We are still awaiting the repayment of our VAT. They've got to go and claim it from SARS, pay it to us. So we are doing that. But in addition, I said I'm galloping. There are many other service providers who we said received payment either for services that they had not provided, or they had received payments because the prices had been inflated. Chairperson, if we look at if Council would agree that I move there under the category of recovery monies, I could move then Council to deal with paragraph 11.8.1 onwards. Otherwise, I can go back and follow.
Well, shall we follow the sequence of your statement? My apologies for taking you out of sequence.
Yeah, okay.
What I wanted to refer to is the global amount of monies that have been lost to Transnet. Now, I know I'm putting it very loosely, and perhaps as a legally trained person, I shouldn't put it loosely, but what is remarkable about your evidence is the frequent mention of amounts running into billions of rand and hundreds of millions of rand. In your press statement of 18 January 2019, you referred to an amount of 8.1 billion rand reported in irregular expenditure during 2018. What sort of amounts are we talking about here in total? The cost to Transnet. Are you able to give us an estimate?
Chairperson, I would rather stick to the 8.1 billion and
Yes.
simply add to that 8.1 billion
Yes.
the figures that are contained in the statement, which
Yes.
Council said we would come to later.
Yes.
There are other monies
Yes.
that we are aware
Yeah.
that Transnet needs to recover. I think in that regard, we estimate 7.2 billion rand, part of which has already left the country, but part of that is still in the country. I think what is still in the country is approximately 1.8 billion. But those are matters that we would like to deal with when our collaboration with the law enforcement agencies, including the Reserve Bank, have reached a point where we are now able to follow that. But the monies that are inside the country, we will chase. So what then are we talking about? I have not added these figures that I have here. We can do so later on, but they are there. We can add them, but you're probably talking a loss running into 17, 18 billion rand. If you talk about this other money that we are tracing. And it doesn't end there. There are many other monies that we need to recover. But in respect of these locomotives, we're talking approximately 16 billion.
That's in relation to the locomotives.
It's in relation to, well, if you combine it with the audit findings, it's in the region of 16, 17.
And perhaps it was an unfair question because there are different categories of expenditure which comprise fruitless, wasteful, unlawful, and the like. If we may then go to the next section, please, of your statement, and where you deal with suspensions and dismissals. And if you could tell the Chair, please, of the actions taken on behalf of the Transnet Board in relation to discipline of Transnet executives and senior managers.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, the board sought to act expeditiously on the recommendations of the report or the reports of the investigators. And in this regard, several suspensions were effected, starting with Mr. Gama, which was, and as this group CEO of the company, and whilst he was suspended, the board took a view that because his position is such a senior position and important, in fact, he was a director, that he should not be treated as if he was a junior employee where we're going to spend months on end in a disciplinary process. We got legal opinion from counsel, which advised that we could actually act decisively and dismiss him. We did that. He took us to the labor court, which he lost, and he appealed. He lost the appeal as well. So for us, the matter is closed. We have also then said that because is involved in matters that could have caused Transnet to lose money, that would freeze his pension. We asked the pension fund to freeze his pension, and that is what we did. The next person is Mr. Tamsang Gianni. The matter is still before the disciplinary panel. Evidence has been led against him, so the hearing is continuing. It had started on the 31st of January 2019. The third employee subject to disciplinary process is Ms. Lindiwe Mdletshe, who was suspended in September 2018. Her matter has also served before the disciplinary hearing, and it was set for February 2019. Well, I'm not going to go into the details of the postponement, but we are at a point at which I have been advised that she proposes a settlement, and Transnet is awaiting a formal settlement proposal, the parting of ways. Then there is Mr. Edward Thomas, who was the acting Group Chief Supply Chain Supply Officer. He was suspended in October 2018. His hearing was set for April 18, 2019. I'm advised that on the eve of the hearing, he asked for electronic devices to enable him to prepare for the hearing. Transnet has consented to that in a controlled way, give him that access to devices in a controlled environment. So alternative days of hearings are being discussed in respect of Mr. Thomas. Then there is Mr. Petulo Ramusibudi. Mr. Petulo Ramusibudi was the treasurer of Transnet. He was very much involved with the regiment and entities like Trillion. A letter giving notice of the intention to suspend him was sent to him. On receipt of this letter, he decided to resign, so he resigned. Again here, Transnet has freezed his pension fund. Thabo Lebelo was the CEO of Transnet Property, which is an important division of Transnet, responsible for its real estate. He too, having transgressed many regulations, policies, and PFMA requirement, a letter was served on him of the intention to suspend him. He also resigned, and I see we are not saying his pension has been freezed, but we have instructed management to that anyone who was involved in causing the company to lose money should not be allowed to draw their pension until the matters have been settled. Mr. Ravi Naya, some people say Ne, but I grew up with us calling that name Nair. Mr. Ravi Naya is Transnet Freight Rail erstwhile Chief Executive. He resigned in January 2019, shortly after receiving notice placing him under precautionary suspension. Again here, I have to check.
I'm trying to see Mr. Naya on my statement.
That name doesn't appear in the version that was signed.
It is paragraph 11.6.10.
Yes,
Oh,
which
it's
we
much
don't
later.
have in the signed version.
Oh, okay, okay. Then I must apologize. Now I understand. I met with the lawyers.
I guess, Mr. Pretorius, you must guide him about whether, if it's not in the statement, he should still deal with it or not.
Well, we haven't given any notice in respect of persons not in this particular statement.
Yeah.
But then again, I stand to be corrected because we've been presented with a number of versions of the statement by the attorneys for Transnet. And I'd have to check that.
Yeah.
But perhaps the evidence should be given in its complete form, and then we will deal with the consequences in terms of the rules in due course. Otherwise, it can be done at a later stage.
Yeah, maybe at a later stage. Maybe at a later stage.
Yes. So the one, as this matter is being dealt with, Chair, it has been suggested that he should give his evidence and we can file a supplementary affidavit and then issue the notices immediately thereafter.
No, remember, we try where we can, as far as possible. We strive to make sure that people are notified so that they're not taken off by surprise when they hear their names being mentioned in relation to malfeasance without being alerted to, unless, of course, which might be a factor, if it's something that is already in the public domain. I'm not sure, but we must just be careful because we don't want to be seen as not giving people notice when we should be, unless there are exceptional circumstances.
I agree, Chair. The only qualification that I would add is that notice might have been given in respect of the statement that he is about to make, but not having had an opportunity to check that, it's premature to insist that the evidence be given.
Yeah, no, that's fine, yeah.
So if we can then go on, Mr. Molefe, to the civil action that you talk of in paragraph 11.7 and following.
I don't know if I'm allowed to comment on the earlier
Yes,
discussion.
of course.
On the earlier discussion, yeah. We excluded you.
Yes, I was excluded. Chairperson,
Yes.
the point I want to make is that these matters came in when I said I wanted an update on where we are in respect of each case.
Yes.
That section that we're dealing with is not accusing any one of those from Mr. Ravina to Mr. Mlamri and Ms. Sicheka of anything. It just states that they have resigned. That's all. But all right, of course,
okay.
I defer to
Okay.
to the chair of the commission if that
Yeah.
requires us to.
So, as I said, I don't have that part, so
Yeah,
so that's why
So the names you've
Yeah.
mentioned are persons, I understand, who've resigned.
we have resigned.
Yes.
Against
So
whom
there's
no
nothing more to-
allegations of wrongdoing.
There's
have been leveled.
nothing more to it
Yeah.
than that at this
Yeah.
stage.
Well, that solves that problem.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chair.
no, it does.
Thank you.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So you can continue.
Paragraph 11.7, you highlight civil action taken by Transnet in order to recover monetary losses. Would you deal with those, please?
The monetary losses were to juristic persons and natural persons, who were found to have been paid monies, who have paid monies that they did not deserve, or they had caused the company to lose money, and that's what we are dealing with. And dealing with the juristic persons, we state that we had instituted civil action to recover these losses, and the civil actions relate to at 11.8.1. I don't know now in the what it is, regiment, where regiment capital PTY LTD arises. That little part that we're dealing with might have caused a bit of disturbance.
No,
think
we're
what-
still at 11.8.1, so we're on the same
Oh, we're on the same, okay.
paragraph, if not
Okay.
the same page.
So 11.8.1, we instituted two actions against regiment. The claims are for the amount of 189,240,000 and 79,230,000 respectively. And both claim relate to unjustified payment. But I hasten to say that in respect of regiment, there have been engagement, negotiations, with a view to getting them to agree to pay back these monies to Transnet. And we do so, Chairperson, because you see, you can rely on litigations and win a litigation, but it would be a hollow victory if at the end of that litigation the money is finished and the assets have been dissipated. So these matters are the subject of negotiations, and we believe they will be resolved in due course. And then in respect of Trillion Asset Management, the amount claimed is 145,920,000. And the second amount is, okay, it is computed, well, it is broken down as follows. 93,480,000 for monies paid without just cause for work purportedly executed by Trillion as lead arranger of the $1 billion US dollars in SRA equivalent club loans. Club loans, as I understand, is the equivalent of syndicates of lenders who will club together to provide the loan.
Historically within Transnet, are you aware of the role of Transnet Treasury, its capabilities, its reputation, and its ability to arrange financing?
I know I should not do this, Chairperson. May I ask Council to allow me just to finish the amount?
Sure.
Okay, yes,
And
yes,
then
yes,
I'll come
yes.
back to that question.
No, that's fine, that's
Yeah.
fine.
The next figure, which is part of that computation that I refer to, is 41,040,000 paid without just cause for work which was not done. Then and this, we are informed that it was for the optimization structure, the property structure. We basically, they went to Transnet and said, look, you've got lots of properties. We can unlock value out of your properties, so we're going to advise you. And for that, they got 41 million and 40,000 when they had not done any work. And then the next one is 11,400,000 for monies paid when work was not done in relation to a proposal for financial structuring advisory services. What is quite clear here, Chairperson, is that people would just come and say, look, we'll do work for you. And even before anything is approved, the terms agreed on, Transnet would just start paying them. And so this money is going to them. And this is the kind of the horror show that we talk about in our statement, because nowhere does one find a properly run business just paying monies out like that, as if these monies are plucked from the trees. But that's what we have. Now I may return, Chairperson, to the question raised by Council.
Yes.
In the course of our discussion, we said Transnet had world-class treasury, highly qualified, highly experienced financial people. And for years, they have been the ones from the deal room that they had created at Transnet who were doing capital raising for Transnet. They never needed any external entity to assist them to do that work for them. If anything, the Transnet employees in Treasury were heads and shoulders above a whole lot of financial managers who are and transactional advisors who are in consultancies. So they did not need a trillion or regiment to do the work for them. Even that club loan, they would have done it on their own. But in order to advance the agenda of the capture of Transnet, those in senior positions, particularly Mr. Anoj Singh, and Ramusiburi was not there when it started, simply brought in these consultants and instructed Treasury that these consultants are the ones who are going to do work for Transnet. So these people who are paid huge salaries every month were made redundant by Transnet. And I'm advised that, globally, Transnet Treasury received recognition that placed them in the top three treasuries in the world.
Yes. You then deal with summonses issued against Mr. Siyabonga Gama in paragraph 1184. Would you relate those circumstances to the chair, please?
Chair, the full amount claimed, that is being claimed from Mr. Gama, is 323,760,000. That too is computed in the following manner: 93,480,000 for monies paid without just cause for work purportedly executed by Trillion as lead arranger of the club loan of $1 billion, but to be translated into South African rand. The next one is 41,040,000 rand paid without cause for work that was not done by Trillion in relation to the property optimization structure. And thirdly, that 189,240,000 for monies paid to regiments without just cause as a result of purported funding and financial advisory services rendered. We insist, Chairperson, that maybe let me make that summary at the end and let Council lead me.
Mr. Molefe is then dealt with in the next paragraph.
In the next paragraph, summons were issued to recover 79,230,000, and that is under the case number 443-59/2018, and that is against Mr. Molefe. The claim relates to the unjustified payments made to regiments for advisory work done during post-tender negotiations.
The claim then against Mr. Anoj Singh.
Claims
against Mr. Singh.
The claims are for varying amounts totaling the sum of 303,510,000, computed as follows: 41,040,000 rand paid without cause when work was not done by Trillion in relation to property optimization. Then there is 189,240,000 for monies paid to regiments without just cause as a result of purported funding and financial advisory services rendered. In addition, there is the amount of 79,230,000 paid to regiments. The claim relates to unjustified overpayments.
You deal then with Mr. Gary Peter.
The summons issued to Mr. Gary Peter, total claims of 335,160,000, computed as follows: 93,480,000 for monies paid without just cause for work purportedly executed by Trillion as lead arranger of the US 1 billion club loan. The next amount is 41 million and 40,000 paid without cost for work that was not done by Trillion in relation to the property optimization. The third one is 11,400,000 for monies paid when work was not done in relation to a proposal from Trillion for financial structuring advisory services. The fourth amount is 189,240,000 for monies paid to regiments without just cause as a result of purported funding and financial advisory services.
Transnet has also instituted civil claims against Mr. Ramasabudi. You detail those in the next paragraph.
There is the claims in respect of Mr. Ramasabudi is a total sum of 282,720,000, and this has been computed as follows: 93,480,000 for monies paid without just cause for work purportedly executed by Trillion as lead arranger for the $1 billion club loan. The second amount is 189,240,000 for monies paid to regiments without just cause as a result of purported funding and financial advisory services.
And then finally against Mr. Edward Thomas.
Claims against Mr. Edward Thomas total 11,400,000 rand, and the amounts relate to monies paid to Trillion when work was not done. At the time, Trillion had merely presented a proposal for financial structuring advisory services. So now, the underlying reason, chairperson, for all these claims in respect of managers of Transnet is that it cannot be that managers deliberately ignore their fiduciary duties or they breach their fiduciary duties and they get away with it. That it is proper that South Africans see that there is an effort being made by Transnet to recover monies that they have lost, which, had those managers not made the kinds of decisions they made, would not have been lost to the company. And I think some of these employees, I would believe that especially those where the Asset Forfeiture Unit and the Hawks are investigating, the accounts would have been freezed.
You've dealt already in your evidence, Mr. Molefe, with the money recovered from China South Rail, the 618 million rand. That's dealt with again in your statement at paragraph 11.9. We needn't revisit that unless you wish to add anything.
No, we don't need to revisit it. I only dealt with it earlier because a question was directed to me which did not arise from that section of the statement.
I take full responsibility.
But because I had to show respect to counsel, I had to answer.
It's late in the day. I'll be more cautious now, Mr. Molefe. And then you've also dealt, and I presume I deserve similar comment, with the negotiations with the suppliers of the 1064 locomotives.
That is correct, Chairperson. Safe to add that Transnet has secured legal opinion in this regard. That legal opinion would be the subject of discussion in the next board meeting. And because of the urgency of the matter, we might not even wait for the scheduled meeting. We can convene a special meeting just for purposes of considering that submission and recommendations from our legal division in Transnet, supported by MNS.
Then in paragraph 12, you deal with the consequences that could have ensued had matters not been arrested, for want of a better word, under the watch of the current board, and what the consequence would have been of a Transnet collapse, which was not, as I understand our discussions, an unrealistic prospect. You've also asked whether you could read paragraph 12 because of the nature of what is stated there and the fact that it has been carefully crafted. May the witness read paragraph 12.
That's
Chair.
fine. That's fine.
May I add a further request, Chairperson,
Yes.
that I do so in respect of paragraph 13 as well.
That's fine, yeah.
I think I've been denied to read my statement throughout my evidence. Let it be the first time that I say things as I have recorded them. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes.
It does emphasize some of the points we made earlier on. We're saying that Transnet is the largest and most crucial part of the freight logistics chain that delivers goods to each and every South African and to other parts of the continent. Every day, Transnet delivers thousands of tons of goods around South Africa and across the continent. Through its pipelines and both to and from its ports, it moves cargo on to ships for export, whilst it unloads goods that comes from overseas. Transnet is made up of 5 operating divisions, namely Transnet Freight Rail, which is known as TFR, Transnet Rail Engineering, called TE, Transnet National Ports Authorities, acronym TNPA, Transnet Port Terminals, acronym TPT, and Transnet Pipelines, acronym TPL. These are the core operating divisions of Transnet. Although Transnet is fully owned by the South African government, it operates as a corporate entity which supports and contributes to the country's freight logistics network. It aims at developing the South African industry, reducing the cost of doing business, while at the same time operating efficiently and profitably. Given the centrality of Transnet in the economy of South Africa, in the region, we believe that its collapse would have had devastating effect not only on the country, but on the Southern African Development Region, called SADC, and the continent. We talk about it would have done this because we believe that we came in just as Transnet was on the precipice or the edge of the cliff, waiting to collapse. It is for these reasons that the board made every effort in its first 3 months in office to ensure that the lenders do not recall loans. This was equally to protect the sovereignty of the country's ratings, which is necessary for the overall economic sustainability of the country. I may have to come back to that paragraph 12.5 to elaborate more. The significance of Transnet infrastructure is unmatched in the region and the continent at large. Transnet pipelines consist of a fuel and gas pipeline business, and other, petrochemical products, and it pumps and manages the storage of petroleum and gas products through its network of high-pressure, long-distance pipelines, in particular Transnet's national multi-purpose pipelines, acronym NMPP, plays a significant role in the transportation of petroleum all over the country. If Transnet had collapsed, inadequate fuel would have been delivered to parts of the country and in the entire continent. The aircrafts which move domestically in the country to transport people and abroad would not have had jet fuel to move people. So Transnet is very important. But Transnet is also important to various logistics businesses of various companies. If you think of companies like Imperial Logistics, Palo World, and so on, they use huge amount of petrol and diesel. It would ground itself, Transnet, if it didn't have diesel. So would PRASA, which moves millions of passengers. I think it moves about 7 million passengers per day. So the importance of Transnet freight business in the transportation of goods in South Africa and many parts of the African continent is further indication of Transnet's centrality in the economy. It was apparent that Transnet's operations are to the economy, and this is what I thought I would say, that when one imagines how a human body functions, Transnet would be equated to the heart and the lungs of a body, would be equated to that vital organ that makes the economy function. So it is like the lung and the heart to a human body. And we do know that the body dies when these two organs, so vital, become dysfunctional. If they become dysfunctional, the body cannot function itself. And that is how serious Transnet, how important it is to the economy. A dysfunctional Transnet leads to a dysfunctional economy, a great proportion of that economy. If one has regard to the precarious financial situation in which state entities such as the NEL and ESCOM find themselves in, it is implicit that consequences would have been disastrous had Transnet collapsed. And having regard to the aforesaid, it is clear that the task of cleaning up, of ending corruption, of ensuring that we build without any further delay cannot be overemphasized. I said I would want to return to the paragraph 12.
12.5.
But before you do so, please don't forget the point you want to make about 12.5.
That's the one I want to make.
Yeah, don't forget to make it. I just want to say,
Okay.
if your comparison is correct, Transnet to the economy, the heart and lungs to the human being, to a human being, and then it seems if your board had delayed coming in at the time that it came in, it seems from your evidence then there was to be quite a catastrophe to the economy of the country.
It certainly,
You said it was on the precipice, you said.
yes, it certainly seem so, Chairperson. When one look at the alacrity, the speed at which those who were siphoning off the money out of Transnet were moving, I mean, it's clear they were not stopping. They were just taking. And that was beginning to impact on the morale of the employees as well. So it was just a matter of time for Transnet to be like ESCOM. Not that we like where ESCOM is, but it is in serious trouble.
Yeah.
And because it is in trouble, the economy is in trouble.
Yes, so you say
So-
Transnet was on the verge of collapse as well.
Yes, was on the verge of collapse,
Yes,
Chairperson.
yes. Thank
And
you.
this is what people must understand. And Chairperson, the point is that we listen to all kinds of stories. Sometimes I might use the language that is not nice. But I'm going to reserve that word that I was going to use. I'm not going to use it. People like engaging in cheap talk, which they use to manipulate people they think are ignorant. When we deal with these malfeasances, this corruption, we have demonstrated here what people who have qualifications, who are senior executives in the organization, have done to the company. But out there, there'll be people who say, what Molefe and Popo Molefe, I must distinguish myself from Brian, what Popo Molefe is doing is to destroy black excellence. As if black excellence is synonymous with corruption, synonymous with negligence, synonymous with recklessness. They say they are black, therefore do nothing about them. And then they say, yeah, if it is a black person, they say you are corrupt. If it is a white man, they say they are not corrupt. We are dealing here at Transnet with everyone regardless of the color of their skin. Edward Thomas is not a black person. We're not interested in the color of the skin. We're interested in how the actions of the individual are causing damage to the company, a company that serves a South Africa in which all races belong, a South Africa that the Constitution says to us it belongs to all of us. So I need to make that point because it is important that people who keep making these statements, they must realize just how reckless they are.
And the fact is, if something is wrong, it's wrong, whether it's a white person who does it, or a black person who does it, a female or a male. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Yes, Chairperson, many years ago, when I was still a very serious political activist, I was inspired by the writings of the president of Frelimo, Samora Machel, even before the independence of Mozambique, which came in 1974, I think finally concluded, probably 1975. He made a very important point similar to what the chairperson says. He said, when you have lies in your blanket, you don't wait to determine whether they are white or black. You just take boiling, you put them in boiling water to burn these lies so that you can use that blanket to sleep peacefully after that. So I found that a very amazing analogy by this revolutionary philosopher of the Front for the Liberation of Mozambique. So I think people must understand that is what we are doing. But it also says, Chairperson, and I'm not a politician, but it says the only way, well, amongst the many ways that Transnet can give lie to these prophets of doom, and if you like it, charlatans, is the word I was trying to avoid, is by ensuring that Transnet plays its developmental role that result in the inclusiveness in the economy. It has to deal with that question with regards to our national ports, the land around those ports, at our terminals, gas terminals, and so on, more and more. Companies of emerging black people's companies must also have access. The youth of our country who get education, Transnet, as it create jobs and accelerate implementation of programs, must be having them in mind for incorporation in the economy, but also through its enterprise development program to make sure that companies owned by the youth, women, and the disabled people are supported in a focused way. I think in the coming period, the board of Transnet is going to have to create that mechanism because we are responding to the frustration of millions of South Africans there. And we have this very important instrument which in one of my communique to management and staff, I said, it's a family silver. And we are privileged to have been the chosen few amongst millions of South Africans to be the ones who are asked to look after this family silver. And we must make it work for the rest of our people. I'm not done. I have to go to paragraph 13 and read it.
10.5 first.
Oh, 12.5.
12.5, right.
Now, 12.5, Chairperson, we spoke about how hard the board of Transnet engaged the lenders in order to avoid a precipitous action of pulling of the loans that they had given to Transnet, asking them to pay back. Transnet has liabilities, loans amounting to 125 billion rand. There might be a little comma something there, but 125 billion rand.
Mr.
Of course.
Molefe, may I just, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. Chair, we have about 10, 15 minutes to go, but I know you have a flight to catch.
No, I think we can finish.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Okay, so I'm going to try and be quick.
No,
So
we'll have enough time.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it has that, 125 billion, I think 25.2 billion. Of that, Transnet, 115.8 billion was with lenders with whom Transnet had signed loan covenants where it undertook that it would not have a qualified audit opinion. And that had meant that when it gets a qualified audit opinion, it triggers a default, and which means these lenders could immediately say, give us our 15.8 billion, we want it now. But if that had happened, it would also trigger a cross default, because the balance of the 125 billion would also say, hey, Transnet is no longer a safe place for us. South Africa is not safe. You, the fiscus of South Africa, you, the sovereign, come to the party. We know you had not given a guarantee to Transnet, but we want our money. It is your company. It's a state-owned company. So it was a very serious matter, but it would have also impacted on Denel, South African Airways, Eskom, and many others. So the board then had to work hard to talk to these lenders to say, please, don't pull the trigger on us. We're going to do something about the wrongs that happened. It was a very serious matter here and outside the country, and we're continuing to do that work. One time I met with the African Development Bank during the Africa Investment Forum. Even before I said anything to them, they said to me, don't come and ask for money from us. You will not get it because we will not convince our board that we should put money into Transnet. I had to explain what the board is doing to deal with the situation. Fortunately, we got letters of comfort from all these lenders saying, okay, we know there's a problem, we'll not pull the plug on you. So this is what we mean when we say this company was on the edge of the cliff. People don't know out there because these things are not immediately apparent to them. But Transnet, notwithstanding all that, Chairperson, is a very good business. It's a cash-generative business. It generates revenue of 72 billion rand. It still make profit. They may not be as good as they should be, but it does make profit. Transnet does not go to government to ask for guarantees. The only guarantee it has is an old one, which happened many years ago. And I think it, as I'm told, it relates to something like 35 billion. That is the only one. So Transnet is able to service its loans. I think I'm done on that one. I just wanted to emphasize that, and then we can
Before you
quickly-
go to paragraph 13, may I just ask two questions, Mr. Molefe? The first is, obviously the necessity to deal with the malfeasance which you've referred to and which perhaps you've yet to discover has taken up a lot of the time, energy and capacity of Transnet and in particular its board and executives. Has that been done at the expense of the business of Transnet, or have you made special arrangements in that regard?
Chair, I was going to deal with that last point when I conclude, but I can deal with it now because it has been asked. We have, this question has been exercising our minds for a while. We've been worried about that very soon people will say, this board of Transnet is not interested in the business of Transnet. They are in the business of looking for thieves and looters. They are looking behind every nook and cranny to find thieves. Meanwhile, the business is going to die. We have been very much aware of that, and we have decided that we will emphasize the operations of Transnet. In that regard, ensure efficiencies, ensure that there is proper accountability management, but also to define the performance targets for Transnet. TFR must say to us and South Africans that we want zero derailment of our trains. We want our trains to be on time. We want the allocation of trains to the customers to be done in a manner that is systematic and efficiently managed. That's what we are dealing with. Our ports must make sure that when cargo arrives there, when the containers arrive, they immediately are moved to they are loaded on the trains to go where they are supposed to do, that you don't have people waiting there forever. A ship landing there, unloaded as quickly as possible. So these would be some of the performance indicators that we're going to have to build into the performance agreements of our managers. But we have also, Chairperson, as the board said, well, we are in a period of transition. We've got on this board very professional people. Some of them are engineers. One of them was here. I think he's still here in this room. He's here. We said we're going to set up a task team of the board on operations. They must move close to the group chief executive to make sure that what we agree to do in our corporate contracts and strategic plan is implemented, and they keep close to the key operating divisions of Transnet, including monitoring Transnet International Holdings. So we are aware of that. The investigations will happen there, but they will not take the time of the board. We will, in an ad hoc basis, keep asking for report and leave most of them to the board risk committee of Transnet, so that we are not seen as a board that is merely interested in investigations.
Thank you, Mr. Molefe. And your concluding remarks?
Chairperson, we believe that our approach, as I indicated earlier on, has rescued Transnet from its perilous state and is gradually getting it back on the road to recovery. I must just say, and one of the directors sent me a message earlier on saying, tell the judge that notwithstanding all this negative news we have received, Transnet is a good business. And in April, Transnet exceeded its volume, the targets volume, Transnet TFR, Freight Engineering. And I saw that report also from the acting group CEO. He has also advised that there is the motivation that has never been seen in that operating division. They reported so at my meeting with management last week as well. So we are moving, Chairperson. We think that this process, we must emphasize that this process has neither been cheap nor easy. We have teams of forensic investigators working on cases. We have regular meetings with law enforcement agencies such as the Special Investigations Unit and the Hawks. May I add the FFAU as well, to identify and prosecute all implicated persons immediately without having to wait for the end of the work of the Commission. Because where we have enough evidence to act, we will do so. And as I said also, we have legal advisors who are preparing to have instituted civil claims and continue to do so as new evidence arises as we go forward. I'm surprised that this document is still so long. In the period following our appointment, Chairperson, as we indicated earlier on, we began seeing certain achievements, getting some monies back. And we have freezed accounts of people so that there's no money flight. But what we need to say, having said all the many things that we have said, Chairperson, I have no doubt that would probably all agree that the corruption in our society and in our company is endemic. It has very long claws and it has very wide tentacles. It is just spanning the entire landscape of our business. It has roots that are very deep, which will require hard work to pull them out. But also I think what is important, if we look at society and the many instances of the corruption reported, when you look at how many ministers suddenly and officials in government have had to come before this commission or were implicated by the commission, you realize that this corruption has got no holy cows. It takes on the ministers, it takes on the officials, but it says to us that it has become a culture, or is threatening to become a culture. And if it is threatening to become a culture, it means, Chairperson, that there is a need for a deliberate program of re-education of society. It must happen in schools, it must happen in churches, everywhere where South Africans gather. It suggests that we should return to the message of Archbishop Tutu Emeritus, that we needed a moral regeneration of our society. But that moral regeneration is not going to happen simply because we pontificate about it. The Commission might want to consider whether it should not ask Parliament and or government to actually deliberately establish a mechanism whose business is to promote this program of moral regeneration of society. Also understanding that, to deal with this problem I am referring to is not a thing that would be done by law enforcement agencies, because law enforcement agencies cannot end culture. It requires an all-round mobilization of South Africans, various institutions, civil society, all of them, to work together to do this work. But if government set up the mechanism to do so, if it recognizes it as a very important mechanism, it must appropriate funds from the fiscus to finance it. It would be the subject of review probably every 5 years to see how it is performing, and it could be held accountable like all other institutions that get appropriation from Parliament. It might sound like it is a small thing, Chairperson, but this problem we are facing is a very serious one that we need to deal with. But from our side, we think that notwithstanding the fact that we see those who embrace looters and fraudsters in businesses which give them bribes, are organizing, and they have networks that are fighting those people who are seeking to correct the wrongs of the past. We remain resolved and very strengthened to continue with our work. And fortunately, we have the President and the Minister to whom we report, who have the political will and the determination to lead the country. What we do is really a little contribution we can make to strengthen the work that our President and the Minister of Public Enterprises and many other ministers, mayors, and premiers who have committed to ending the scourge of corruption are doing. So we believe that as we do all of those things, there is a discernible move in the company that says we are now moving away from chaos and we are going towards the stabilization of the business, stability of the business. And I think from that stability, we should be able, therefore, to move towards sustainable growth of the economy and of Transnet. So we are putting all the procedures and structures in place to ensure that our work is done properly. I should have dealt with the organizational design and the operating model. I have not done so, but I think the acting group CEO would deal with that matter. We remain equal to the challenge before us, and we believe that we shall constantly uphold the correct values of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and also insist on ethical leadership. In the next 3 months, we'll be advertising, shortlisting, and interviewing applicants for approximately 9 strategic positions in Transnet. And that will send a message that we're stabilizing the organization, we're creating permanency in the organization. Chairperson, I end on the note of thank you heartily for inviting Transnet to present its views, what it has found, the board presenting what it has found there, what it is doing about what we found, and to send a message that I think, small as it is, should add to the efforts to build public confidence in this particular institution. Thank you very much, Chair.
Do you have anything further?
No further questions.
No
Thank
further
you, Chair.
questions. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Molefe. I must also take this opportunity to thank you for coming to share your observations and your experiences in regard to the matters that fall within the terms of reference of the Commission, with special reference to Transnet and the experiences that your board has gained since it was appointed to Transnet. We will hear more evidence as we go forward, but I think that it's very important that we have been able to get your observations as chairperson of the board of Transnet. And as I indicated earlier on, it does look like you may have to come back, quite apart from whether or not there may be anybody who may apply for leave to cross-examine you. It may be that you might come back to share your experiences with regard to other parastatals or SOEs in regard to certain aspects about, for example, the oversight of Parliament in regard to certain matters, but there may be other matters as well that you may feel would be important to the Commission, and you would be in touch with the Commission, with the legal team, so that we can have the benefit of your experiences in those SOEs and in interactions with certain committees of Parliament. Thank you very much for having come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
So you are excused for now, and that brings us to the end of today's proceedings. Is that right?
Yes, Chair. The
Yes.
only remaining question is the start time on Thursday.
On Thursday, yes. We have to look, are we likely to deal with one witness who would cover both Thursday and Friday, or it would be different witnesses?
My information from Mr. McQuenna, who's dealing with the next witness, Chair, is that the next witness may well cover 2 days.
Yes. Then maybe we should start at 9 o'clock on Thursday.
I have a very willing nod from Mr. McQuenna.
Okay, all right, then. We will adjourn then for today, and on Thursday we will start at 9 o'clock. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.